We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromeyezed Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Let me get on here. Yeah, sorry about that. Tonight is Thursday, December 16th, and this will be our last live show for the quote Gregorian calendar New Year. Okay, we know this is not the real New Year. But we're going to take a 2-week break, and we're going to come back in January, and we're going to start a new series. So I need that downtime to get ramped up for the new series and to rest up. So peace and love to the family. Peace and love to the YouTube family. I see you all out here early in the chat. Peace and love, son Scotty. I think he just jumped on. He's about to jump on. Peace and love, Randy. Peace and love, beloved. Peace and love, Indigenous, American, Leo. Oh, hey, I'm born here. Peace and love, beloved. Good to see you. Peace and love, Nisi Poo. Hopefully you'll get to do the land report. The babies will let you do the land report. Shoot, maybe we should incorporate the baby into it somehow. Let him come on and put something on it. Give you a little bit of break. Peace and love, sis Tanya. Peace and love, JBP. Peace and love, nephew Nuwa. Good to see you, beloved. I put the other link down there. I don't know why the first one didn't work. Child, y'all know how that is. Peace and love, sis Thelma. I think I got everybody. And peace and love to all of the YouTube family that are watching us. We truly appreciate you. Okay, fam. Let me go ahead and... Okay, sis Sandra. Oh, that's right. She did say she may have something to do. So let me bring on son Scotty and Nisi Poo. Because I want Nisi Poo to do the land report before the babies come and find her. Okay, let me bring them on first.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Son Scotty.
Peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love. How are you?
All is
Good,
well.
great.
Good. Good deal. Good deal. So, Nisi Pooh, you want to do the land report first before the babies come looking for you, or you want us to go with what's going on with the fuckery?
I think we should do that report first. Hold on.
Okay.
Because they found my hiding spot, so I gotta go find another one. I was doing good too. They just they just knew.
Yeah, you know how them babies do. You know how they do. Okay, no worries.
So let's go ahead with the report, and then I'll find a new hiding spot.
Okay. All right. So, son Scotty, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery tonight?
I really didn't have any particular go ahead on with the fuckery because I've been out of the loop. I've been tapped in a little bit, but I've been just paying attention to, what pays me for the most part. But one thing that was crossing my mind as I was glimpsing on social media and going through some of these things about technology, and I just was like, yo, we are really being inundated with all these technological advances. So if people don't even, believe in a change of an age or like a reset, like if you just pay attention to all of the technology that they are pushing on us right now and all of the technology that we don't even really see or hear about. Like,
right.
I sent you a article. It was like 10 of the or 15 or something of the technological drops that are about to happen. But one of them, or that are, in the process or already implemented, the just general public is not really aware of it. But one of them that stood out to me with these technologies, because they all seem to kind of be in a certain genre. Mm-hmm. So with this technology, it was called graphene. And basically, I guess it's the two-dimensional version of graphite, which is what they make pencils with,
right.
The lead in the pencil. So graphene, I guess, is this material that's super durable and hard, and it's halfway, it's kind of see-through, and it's less weight than steel, but 6 times harder and all this stuff. And then it's octagonal shape. And I immediately thought of, it's these little octagons. I'm like, wow, that reminds me of the dome firmament. The materials, we always say it's crystalline, but what exactly? There's so many crystals, there's so many minerals and resources that they could have, that this terraform dome can be made of.
Yeah.
As they were describing it in this list of technological advances, I was like, whoa, this is kind of disclosure a little bit on the low. And so that's why I was these technological advances seem to be in the genre of reset technology, terraforming technology. To reset the time, or it's a part of their terraforming. Because another one of them, which I found interesting, was farming, water farms. So they have these floating farms on water where they can farm animals and farm land and all this stuff, because supposedly,
aquaponics.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hydroponics.
That's what I was thinking of too when you're saying farming.
Think of weed when they're growing cannabis without soil mediums. Hydroponics.
Right. And then you can have the fish in in the water too, because they provide the minerals and stuff.
That's aquaponics with all humanity. Yeah.
Ecology floating on the water. Yeah. And so, I mean, I guess it's not really a go ahead on with the fuckery. It's look at the fuckery. The fuckery is the technology. As we said, these ages, once we broke down that this wheel of time, this zodiac is terraforming, time is terraforming, and basically these ages are just motherfucking shifts for these cosmic colonizers. Like, they clock out at the end of this age and a new motherfucker clocks in.
Shows right
and the
on
new
up.
motherfucker
Yep.
is the technology. The technology, and I mean, as we see it through, you know, we can't even say the C word and the V word and all this type of stuff. And then, you know, all the censorship that comes with that. And so it's like, you know, they do it in a very backwards way. It's like, you're going to be pushing all this technology on people. At the same time, you're like censoring people, but violating their privacy with all this data harvesting. That was another thing too, with data being the new currency, and, you know, harvesting all of this information and content and data, and why are they harvesting, meanwhile censoring? It's like a weird kind of juxtaposition of behaviors. And, you know, like we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, you know, they got to get those consciousness and all of that stuff for the metaverse. And then if we go back to when we were doing all those patents, they got to take from the virtual world, bring back to the real world, take from the real world, put in the virtual world. It's like this, you know, like in computer software, integration. It's always constant integration. And how we see that with the people, it's like that with these technologies. So I guess that's my go ahead on with the fuckery. It's like, you know, you gotta, like, nothing without intention. You know, technology is not going to be inherently, oh, it's bad, it's the colonizer, it's this and that.
Exactly.
So what is the intent? What is the purpose of this? What if, you know, trace who the companies, you know, investing in this, where they get the money from, like, you know, all this type of stuff. So, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, very, very good point. I pulled up while you were talking about it, graphite, and what stands out to me, and it's hexagon, as you said, the shape.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
No, you're fine. It's saying it's a crystallized system, a crystal system, crystal family, and lattice system. Each refers to one of several classes of space groups. Informally, two crystals are in the same crystal system. I was trying to get to the part where it was saying it was carbon, but anyhow, it's a crystalline form of the element carbon, with its atoms arranged in a hexagonal structure. Now,
flat hexagonal structure.
Huh?
It's a flat hexagonal structure that's one atom thin.
Okay, and the reason I'm like going in on the carbon is because, remember, the atmosphere before the ancient trees were cut down, we were not a heavily carbon-based atmosphere. We were more silicon-based. So I just thought that was interesting that you're saying they're starting to use this particular crystal for technology. It said it occurs naturally in this form, and it's it is the most stable form of carbon under standard conditions. Under high pressures and temperature, it converts to diamond.
Yeah, carbon under pressure converts to diamond. That's what it is.
Graphite is used in pencils and lubricants. It is a good conductor of heat and electricity, and we should already know that. So that shouldn't be a surprise.
Yeah, that's what they had said too. It was like more conducting than carbon. I mean,
and gold,
copper.
Copper.
Yep. It is its high conductivity makes it useful in electronics, such as electrodes, batteries, and solar panels.
And what about it? Because it's so thin, it's electrical circuitry. It can an atom
through. Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, it can pass through relatively easily. So, but I'm wondering, when they're harvesting it, let's see, do they talk about how they harvest it? Because I want to know how it forms.
Well, it's as easy as taking a pencil and taking tape over it and peeling that tape off. The layer that is left on the tape is what they call in graphene.
Yeah, and I guess let me put it another way. So how is it formed? I guess that would be a better way to put it. Oh, this is what they're saying. But let's see what the hell they saying. Graphite occurs in metamorphic rocks as a result of the reduction of sediment carbon compounds during metamorphosis. It occurs in igneous rocks, and I don't know if they meant indigenous rocks, and in meteorites. So every time I think of rocks, I have to look at how the rocks look, because are those rocks the remnants of either trees or, let's be honest, people? I mean, let's be real honest. Or people. Minerals associated with graphite include quartz, calcite, micas, and tourmaline. Okay, so yeah, those to me seem like tree roots.
And then when it said carbon reduction, that makes me think like, because they use the carbon to terraform it from the silica. So somehow I feel like when they reduce the carbon from these minerals or crystals, then it gets back closer to its like original form that it was. So that's why it's so strong and so powerful from that carbon reduction, because the carbon probably ain't really supposed to be there.
Yeah, because it says in meteorites, graphite occurs with trollolite or trollotite and silicate minerals. Okay, now I thought it was saying something else. Okay, so it says some microscopic grains, distinctive isotopic compositions indicate that they were formed before the solar system. Well, we know I don't trust them on that. They are one of about 12 known types of minerals that predate the solar system. Wait, what do they mean predate? Are they saying, well...
Predate a fucking terraforming.
Exactly, son Scotty. Predates their terraforming. These minerals were formed in the ejecta when supernova exploded, or low to intermediate size stars. Yeah, whatever.
Supernova is actually code for nuclear weapon. And my question is, how would they really know this? How would they really know this? If they have a crystal ball that they can tell what happened before
right. See how they just be making stuff up? But I think you hit it on the head. I think it was formed from a nuclear explosion.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. That's how they know. That's how they know before, because they can tell, AKA meteorite.
I think you're right. I think it was from a nuclear explosion, and the trees and stuff got torched. And that's the leftover. Plus, they started with the terraforming, and it was more carbon released in the atmosphere. So I agree with both of you gentlemen. So yeah, that was pretty good, son Scotty. Thank you for that. That was very, very good.
And I just want to touch on the graphene. I heard rumors is that because of its size, like I said, it's an atom thin. Because they're putting it in the jab, it's causing what's like micro razor blades within your bloodstream, and that's technically why they're saying it's causing the clots, because your body is internally hemorrhaging, and it normally releases what it needs to stop. When you cut yourself, it releases whatever to stop the blood from bleeding out. It coagulates the blood so it stops bleeding. So essentially, what it's saying is that's inside the body, inside the entire blood system, and it's cutting up the blood system to the point where it's coagulating the blood to the point where people that don't have a strong blood system is causing their blood clots. Because the blood is
another thing.
The blood is thickening because it's cutting itself. And then yes, exactly that. Because it's nanotechnology, it can make electric circuits. You can do now whatever you want electrically. You can make anything you want electrically with it.
And does that not make sense when we were going over that patent, and I had to revisit that patent in the podcast that I did about X-Files, told y'all about metaverse, but does that not make sense based on that patent with those nanoparticles jumping from the real world over to the virtual world, going back and forth, and how in the patent it even said that it can connect with the 5 senses. So what is that? Taste, smell, touch.
Sight?
Sight is hearing in there.
Yeah.
Okay, the 5 senses.
Yeah.
So I just think it's interesting. Unfortunately, it's just not much we can say on that issue because
of course.
I mean, it is what it is when it's concerning the other part, the hoochie coochie. It's just,
right.
I can't say much on it.
Yeah, we know.
But the metaverse stuff, and the nanoparticles, and when they're going to be talking about connecting your consciousness to the meta, pay attention to what's going on. Okay, because they're trying to merge those worlds. Well, what they're trying to do is get folks more immersed into the virtual world and trying to use your consciousness to even manipulate the physical world, because your consciousness is strong enough to create realities. Okay, matter of fact, that's what we're supposed to be doing. Using our consciousness to create realities and change realities. Okay?
Well, Auntie, remember how you were talking about how they're trying to use their let's say their 5th G technology to try to match Mama Earth, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's a little different. I don't think they can do that. I think what they're actually trying to do is match our frequency on a human level. Or like let's say our auric frequency, and people that are, let's say, lower in vibration will be easier to reach, and thus they can affect them on that level, on a frequency-based weapon now. Instead of a gun weapon, I can target you frequency-wise because I can tap into your aura and tap into your actual body's chemistry.
I think you're right. There was something actually this week. They were saying that 5G and the planes, they were having some issues. I just saw it was like real quick. Let me see. I think it's here. Let me just show y'all real quick. Oh yeah, it's here. Ooh, see, we always sync up on the same frequency. You just made me remember that. Hold on, let me share this with y'all, fam. Nisi Pooh, when you're ready, raise your hand.
Oh, she's ready, by the way. She's ready.
Oh, she is? Okay, let's do the land report. We'll come back to that.
Okay. All right. This is, y'all, let me tell you, okay. Like Auntie says, blinking 75 times. So I'm reading this news article that just popped up, and I'm like, this is not new. This is actually old news, right? Mm-hmm. And it was talking about the Bruce Beach situation.
Oh, yeah, in Cali, and wasn't that Manhattan Beach in LA?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Now I'm like, okay, why are they? This is posted by the New York Post, December 16th, which is today. So I'm like, why is they posting this today? Like, this ain't new news. But the title is LA County is searching for legal heirs of famous Black-owned beach resort. And it baffles me because I thought that the heirs are the ones who came to reclaim the land.
Right.
So why is LA County searching for the legal heirs?
Okay, I'm trying to pull up the article so we can read. Which publication is it?
This is New York Post.
Okay, good. I'm going to pull it up. I got it. So whenever you're ready.
I actually know some of them Bruces out here in LA.
Somebody else told me they knew him also. You the second person that said that. Okay, I'm ready whenever you're ready, Nisi Pooh.
Okay, so I'm going to be reading from there, and then I'm going to tie it in to a bill that was passed in California legislature. It's SB, which stands for Senate Bill number 796. State parks, state beaches, County of Los Angeles, Manhattan State Beach deed restrictions and taxation. Okay. And the reason why I'm going to read a little bit of the bill, but everybody who lives in California should probably pull this bill up. Mm-hmm. This is for Sister Sandra. She's not with us.
She's not here tonight. I'll text her and let her know.
Yes. It speaks specifically about the Bruce Beach situation in this bill, which is why I wanted to read a little bit of it. And then the other part is Los Angeles Times, Bruce Beach can return to descendants of Black family and landmark move signed by Newsom, which was September 30th. That's when we was all celebrating, because September 30th, when we first got the news, we was like, okay, a family got their land back.
That's what they said up in the article, but keep going.
Yeah. So now fast forward a couple months later, it's saying they're looking for the heirs. So which one is it? Did they get their land back, or are they looking for the heirs? That's not making no sense. So let's read this article and see if we can dissect this. All right. LA County is searching for legal heirs of famous Black-owned beach resorts. LA County is hunting for the closest relatives of a Black family who was robbed of a well-known beach resort 100 years ago in order to transfer ownership back to them, officials said Thursday. The former site... Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just saying it's so nice of them to go out of their way to do this.
Like, I know, so nice. Right, out of the kindness of their heart.
Damn.
Right.
Yeah, meanwhile, one of their so-called public officials said that don't come to Los Angeles because it is like the purge.
Sure did.
But we'll keep reading. The former site of Bruce's Beach, once a scenic vacation spot for African Americans, run by Charles and Willa Bruce, was seized by the city in a racially motivated eminent domain grab in 1924, according to the LA County Anti-Racism, Diversity, and Inclusion Initiative. The county is working with a legal team to find the couple's closest living heirs in a process that may eventually include DNA testing, officials said.
They don't want to play around.
Wait a minute though, Nisi Pooh. Pause for a minute.
No $5 Indians on that board.
So, they trying to tell us they already have people's DNA on file, who they know who the land belongs to, or am I just reaching and?
No, that sounds about right. That sounds.
You gotta have something to compare it to.
It's not making no sense. I don't know. I'm gonna keep reading. Jalen, do you need something? Okay, just shut the door quietly. All right. So I'm in Jalen's room hiding. Okay. So please be advised that under California law, the legal heirs are the closest living heirs. Okay, y'all catch that?
You know,
The
family,
least-
I
like
caught
family.
that. Mm-hmm.
Closest living.
The closest living heirs.
Cousin of a
Meaning,
cousin.
okay, children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren. Not cousins,
Oh, shit.
not aunties, not uncles.
Mm.
Children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren.
Direct blood.
That's the same shit that they pulled at the when with the dolls rolls.
Yep.
So if you were trying to get into the Cherokee Nation, you would have to have you'd have to be the child, the grandchild, or the great grandchild.
or
It couldn't be an
great-grands.
auntie.
Mhm.
Yeah, it couldn't be an auntie on the roll, and you could prove that was your auntie. That's you can't join the
Although
Cherokee.
it's still the same bloodline, they're full of it.
Right?
They're full of it. They are
Mhm.
full of it. All right, so
you know, when Regina King and her like family bloodline was like in that museum or in that database and whatnot.
Oh
Like-
yeah.
Like, cause that's just weird. Like what? Like,
Yeah, what was the name of that HBO series?
that was the Tulsa one, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it was kind of like sci-fi-ish. Yeah.
Lovecraft.
No, I wouldn't love
No.
Oh,
But
you
we
talking
not
about
gonna
Watchmen?
Watchmen. Yeah. Because that freaked me out when she went in there and they knew exactly who she was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Child. I'm sorry, Nisi Poo.
They just trying to collect some more stuff because they're just like, what? How you want DNA test people and know that they the immediate heirs unless you already got something to compare it against? DNA is a comparative science. You can't just have one set and just be like, oh, you just doing tests on this one sample of blood, like.
Right, they would have to compare it to something, and I do know now. This is just me. Dang, Sis Sandra, this one we need you to be up in here to confirm. But when folks, mothers give birth in the hospital, I think that's when they're tagging folks stuff also, because I don't think either one of my grandparents were born in a hospital. And then they start making, I can't even say they started making. Melanated people started going to the hospital to give birth. But that's only recently. I think my parents were the first generation to be born in a hospital. Okay. So I believe that was a ploy to tag people's DNA, and then also you want to flip that to the financial side. Y'all know what I'm trying to say on that side too. Okay, far as giving you that number and all that jazz. But even with that said, they would still need to take that DNA and compare it to the original indigenous folks.
They would have to have all this on file, which means how many other families or bloodlines do they have on file?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
This is once again, why is this family so important? Why is this man so important that they want to return it back to the heir? Why are they not
If you zoom in on a, I'm sorry, brother, go ahead.
No, I just why don't they? Normally, they will just absorb it into the government as a federal property, right?
The county kind of already did that, didn't they? Well, not a federal property. They made it a county property.
Right.
They need that bloodline. They need that blood. That's what I'm saying. It's like Lovecraft. They need the blood. Yeah, they want the land too and all that, but they want the fucking blood.
No, but they can run their legal trickeries and saying, well, if we can't find the legal heir in X amount of time, well, it's considered abandoned. If it's considered abandoned X amount of time, it's now legally ours. They can run their trick.
They've been doing that. I think where son Scotty is going, They're
How
really
many people
after.
are signed up to get that land? That's my bloodline. Yeah, that's my
Exactly.
family.
That's really where he's going with
But
that.
they can,
Signing up
but they
like a
can take your
lottery.
blood and they can find out though if they really wanted to.
Well, what he's saying is that's really the prize. It's not so much finding the heir as it is getting people's samples, DNA samples, is what he's saying.
More than just when you were born, because when you born, you fresh out. You ain't been tampered with. They need it now after some things that happen, after you've been institutionalized and governmentalized and indoctrinated and all types of shit tested on.
So are you saying, so you're saying this is a play to get people to come forward and give up their DNA, essentially?
I think that that's part of it, but I also think that when you look, if you look at the article and you zoom in, standing behind that lady with a yellow shirt on, it's a brother with some feathers on his head.
I see him in the
cap.
green shirt. Yep.
Yes, and I think I've seen his face before in this whole situation, and I think that what's going on is there's probably an internal struggle within the family. So over control over the land. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm speculating.
And you think he's probably an actual heir, a real bloodline?
I think they probably both are, but I think that he, you know what I'm saying? Like he might just be the nephew, and then the one in the brown vest, he might actually be like a grandson. And he looked like he boule, and he looked like he a wild.
Right, I was about to say
exactly, because I'm looking at the features.
Some of the family done took the deal, and some of the family ain't taking the deal.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something.
You guys are joking.
Peep that handshake. Peep that handshake. I'll leave it there for a minute.
Yes, this is just like back in the day. Some folks is gonna take the deal and work with the feds. And some folks is like, no, we need to keep it within the family, the real family.
Yeah,
because that handshake looks like yeah, we're good. We're good now. It's public. We're good.
Okay, you got it. All right.
I mean, that Bruce surname, we know where that goes back to.
Child. Okay.
So how did the indigenous American land get called Bruce?
Well, see, in 1924, it looks like they had that land in 1912. If I'm not mistaken, they bought that land in 1912. And if you look at them land patents, a lot of them were still being handed out, especially this far west around that time.
That's true.
I got a question. Hey, go back to the picture before you leave. Is the young lady in the middle? Is she wearing a
child?
Okay, sorry. Go back.
she got a turtle on her.
A turtle on her.
Yes, she do, child.
As if she's claiming indigenous, like
child. She's standing there proud. What you talking about? She's standing there proud.
That's game. She got planted there. She's not there accidentally.
Exactly.
She did happen in front of her, in front of the turtle.
She don't look like nobody that none of my relatives or.
Why is she so important to get stage front?
And her outfit, they picked that out too. She all bright and yellow. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I noticed that immediately with her with that turtle. And check the hand sign. Check the hand sign.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She just seems like a plant. Like
child.
Got fringes on. Hold on.
Yeah, let me blow it back up.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, she's wearing an indigenous like a bag, like a purse. That's what it is.
Like she got her Emmy on. She got her Emmy.
Yeah. Somebody had the nerve to slap a turtle, representing Turtle Island. Child, if y'all don't get on out here.
I think the opposite. God. She grabbed that bag from an indigenous person before she went up there.
Probably did. Yeah, but this picture is cold, y'all. All of this is cold.
Yeah, they know what's going on.
And you see the way the dude in the back with the feathers on that looked the most indigenous out of all three, all two of the other ones. You see the way he looking at the governor?
Yeah, he kind of cut eye.
Yeah.
He's the exact opposite of the guy he's shaking his hand to, an energy wise.
It's like, somebody cut a deal.
It's like, I would kill you if I could, nigga.
Yep. Somebody cut a deal. Child.
Write a picture is 1,000 words.
Yeah, that's deep. But just the fact that they're gonna have the Caucasian lady standing up there with a turtle on her vest and fringes.
She's repping Indian gala, Indian Gala. That's what I'm saying. It's either she has some bloodline she's not telling us about, or there's something that they're not telling us within this meeting. Like,
and then Native Americans,
where the pale verses stand up,
right? And I guess what be getting me is that those that say that they're Native American that look Asian to me get pissed with the indigenous melanated folks, get pissed with us, but y'all not pissed at these white people sitting up here far from looking like either one of the groups.
Auntie,
y'all comfortable with this?
No, Auntie, they're blood family. They go back to England. They go back to the motherland.
Asia. That's true.
Asia. That's their cousin they're looking at. No wonder why. That's why they have no issues.
Child, they better all go on with the foolishness now.
The play is on us. The play is to get us off the land.
Y'all so funny. Let me get through this.
Okay.
You brought this to our table,
right?
Girl.
I mean, you know us. You brought it up. Go ahead.
It's no land report, darling. We're just here to freaking listen.
All right. So the County of Los Angeles is working with the legal services firm of Hinojosa and Ferrer LLP. That's probably who them folks is standing in the front. That's probably the legal firm. So they probably done came and tried to hijack.
Oh,
and
And
now they working, yeah. So
you see the Asian man on the left, right? Y'all peep game what they telling you in this picture?
Yes.
The Asian man on the left, the Caucasian lady in the middle. Look like some Black Europeans involved in this. I'm just saying, I ain't trying to start nothing with nobody. And the indigenous Indians standing in the back.
Black European. And then you got the Iberian looking black, the mixed one.
I knew you was gonna say it. I was gonna say it.
And then all right. Disgruntled American Indian in the back, like y'all.
Yeah, the one Indian in the back,
right,
getting overshadowed by the blonde girl,
right, with his feathers, child,
being blocked out.
Okay, all right.
So they're going to be conducting a thorough and transparent legal heir determination process. All right, the move comes after a bill allowed officials to transfer the site, which is currently run as a lifeguard center, to the descendants of Charles and Willa Bruce. All right, so we already know the story. The article goes to talk about the story.
Okay.
I went to go pull up this bill because I wanted to see what the heck they're talking about. So the bill is SB 796.
Okay.
I'm going to try to skim through it to get to the good parts because it is long. Well, it's not too long, but I don't want to take up the whole show with this. So y'all, let me just try to skim through this and get to the good parts. Existing law requires the Director of Parks and Recreation, upon the adoption of a specified resolution by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles, to grant to the County of Los Angeles. What? That makes no sense, but okay. Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to grant to the County of Los Angeles in trust for the people of California all of the rights, title, and interests of the state of California and specified state beach property, including a portion of Manhattan State Beach. That is the beach that we're talking about. All right, existing law requires the grant to be made upon the express condition that the County of Los Angeles use, operate, and maintain the granted lands and improvements only for public recreation and beach purposes in perpetuity, which means forever, ever, forever, ever, 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 ever.
Right.
Existing law subjects the transfer of those rights, title, and interest in the granted lands to be specified restrictions including prohibitions on new or expanded commercial development on those granted lands and on the sale, transfer, or encumbrance of those granted lands. Okay, here goes the good part. The bill, for purposes of determining the full cash value of Bruce's Beach upon its sale, transfer, or encumbrance as authorized by the bill's provision, would require that the fair market value of that land be its full cash value as of the 1975 lien date, adjusted by an inflation factor determined as provided. So basically, it seems like they're going to hold the land in trust and give them some money. That's what that part sounds like to me.
Is that any different than how they operate the 5 civilized tribes? Aren't there stuff held in trust?
Exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay.
Operation.
Existing law, the Documentary Transfer Tax Act, which I need to read that because I have never even heard of that. Existing law, the Documentary Transfer Tax Act, authorizes the Board of Supervisors of any county or city and county and the legislative body of any city within the county to impose by ordinance a tax at a specified rate on each deed, instrument, or writing by which any lands, tenements, or other realty sold within the county is granted, assigned, transferred, or otherwise conveyed to or vested in the purchaser or any other person if the consideration or value of the interest or property conveyed or vested exceeds $100. So basically, anything over $100, we need to be overstanding this Documentary Transfer Tax Act because they are imposing a tax.
So they're imposing a tax on what? On
the purchaser.
Basically, that Transfer Tax Act allows for any county, city, or any city within the county to impose a tax on everything.
So anything on that land has been monetized by a tax, federal tax,
or any profits made on the land. They're saying they can impose.
No, it doesn't even have to be profits. You can convey land. You can basically sell me your land at value. As long if it's over $100 of value, it's taxed.
Yeah.
So how's that giving land back? What am I missing in this picture?
That's the part that I'm trying to figure out because they talk about this extra stuff. Yes, they turn it. Look, honey, they basically saying we're gonna tax the hell out you. You think you're gonna turn it into a casino? You ain't doing that. Not over here.
Because y'all know.
You hear this next.
Okay, because Manhattan Beach is prime property, y'all. That's one of the best beaches in California. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Nisi Poo. Ciao.
All right, it says the bill would exempt any sale, transfer, or encumbrance of the portion of Bruce's Beach in accordance with the procedures described above from a documentary transfer tax imposed pursuant to the... Okay, so basically it's saying that part that's going to be given back to the family is not subject to that.
Oh, tax. Okay. It's excluded. It's excluded.
Yeah.
Okay.
And y'all forgive me because I'm reading this for the first time too.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
All right. So it says, here go the good part, y'all. Here we go now. All right. It says this bill would state that its provisions are severable. This bill would make legislative findings and declarations as to the necessity of a special statute for Bruce's Beach. A special statute for Bruce's Beach. Okay. This would also declare that it is to take effect immediately as an urgency statute. Now here goes section 1, and this is where y'all go drop y'all jaws and your locks is go flying back.
Child, this is why I gotta keep a scarf on. Child.
The people of the state of California do enact as follows. Section 1, the legislature finds and declares all of the following. The United States of America has never fully addressed the institution and practice of 250 years of chattel slavery.
Wait, blink 75 times. Blink, 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 blink. Keep going.
The ideology that established and maintained it has left an indelible stain on the fabric of this nation and is embedded in virtually every facet of American culture and civil society.
So wait a minute. Before you go on, I already know where this is going. No, go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. I'm going to shut the hell up. Keep going. Keep going. Ow! Go ahead.
The legacy of the intentional structuring of opportunity, implementation of policies and practices, and assignment of value based solely on skin color and other physical characteristics has created and continues to create unfair disadvantages for Black people, aka you niggas. C. Racial discrimination has prevented entire communities of people from achieving their full potential due to its manifestations, including but not limited to the implementation of Black codes and Jim Crow laws, the widespread and accepted practices of lynching and sexually assaulting Black men and women, voter suppression of Black Americans, the false concept of separate but equal schools, state-sanctioned housing discrimination, and a form of redlining and enforcement of racially restrictive covenants, disparate access to and substandard treatment within the healthcare system, police brutality in Black, aka nigga communities, this misguided war on drugs, and mass incarceration. C. Racism aggravates and exasperates historical inequities and consequently deprives marginalized communities of access to land, economic opportunities, and a stable future. So they pulling a race card.
Yeah, I'm reading this. I'm like, child.
They pulling it out hard too.
Yeah, they are. This is deep.
The experience of Willa and Charles Bruce is an example of how racism against Black people has reached crisis proportions and has resulted in large disparities in family stability, health and mental wellness, education, employment, economic development, public safety, criminal justice, and housing. In 1912, Willa and Charles Bruce purchased the first of 2 lots of land along the Strand in the city of Manhattan Beach and turned the location into a seaside resort that welcomed Black beachgoers from all over and became colloquially referred to as Bruce's Beach. The rest of it just kind of gives the history about how they were deprived of their property and deprived of their opportunity to own their own business on their land, and how, you know, the fraudulent appropriation of land from private persons in general, and especially on the basis of race, is against the public interest and denies individuals and communities the right to enjoyment, the right to own property alone, as well as in association with others, the right to inherit and the right to control one's property. Now here goes the other part, and after this, I'm gonna let y'all talk on it. This is section 2. This is where it gets pretty interesting. Notwithstanding any other law and upon the adoption of a resolution of acceptance pursuant to subdivision J, the director shall grant to the County of Los Angeles at no cost to the county in trust for the people of the state of California and subject to the conditions set forth in this section, all of the rights, title, and interests of the state of California in lands and improvements thereon, generally described as follows, and more particularly described in the deed. Parcel 1 of unimproved land known as Las Tunas State Beach. Parcel 2, 31 acres of improved land known as Pampanga State Beach. Parcel 3, 46 acres of improved land being a portion of Manhattan State Beach. Ha ha, did y'all hear that? 46 acres of improved land being a portion of Manhattan State Beach. So you ain't getting a whole damn beach. You only getting the part that your mama and your daddy had, and you ain't gonna get the whole thing in restitution. Nope, not gonna happen. Parcel 4, they should have, this is how I look at it. If they done took something from these folks and it's due back, aren't they due interest on what they lost?
You would think so. Absolutely.
So why they taking 46 acres and putting it in a public trust right there? That makes no sense to me.
But
I
you
was
know
like,
what?
they are full of crap.
Game though. You notice that they took this opportunity for this Bruce Beach situation to put all this shit in trust. Are you peeping game?
Yep.
Their trust.
Yes. So basically, state of California, there's a few more beaches. I'll read the rest of them and then we could digress from there. 26 acres of improved land known as Redondo State Beach. 18 acres of improved land known as Royal Palms State Beach. 30 acres, and it's actually 30.64 acres, but I'm not going to read all these decimals.
Yeah.
Being a portion of Point Dume State Beach. Approximately 15 acres. I know you still know where some of these places
I know you know.
Yeah, that's a nice ass part of the beach. That's a nice ass beach. Yeah.
Yes. 15.12 acres of unimproved land known as Dan Blocker State Beach, and that includes Latigo Shores. Approximately 10 acres of improved land being a portion of Malibu Lagoon State Beach, known as Surfrider Beach. The grant and trust for the people of the state of California made pursuant to subdivision A shall be made upon the express condition that the county of Los Angeles shall use, operate, and maintain the granted lands and improvements on the granted lands for public recreation and beach purposes in perpetuity.
Forever and ever and ever.
And shall comply with all restrictions specified in each deed and prescribed in subdivision. The county shall not make or permit any other use of the granted lands and improvements. A violation of this prohibition or a violation of subdivision shall constitute a breach of conditions for purposes of paragraph 2. And if you want to read paragraph 2, GTS, over that shit.
So just to make sure that we're clear, Nisi Poo.
Thanks for that report. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this is deep. This is deep. So they done set up and taken the California beachfront, some of it, not all of it, but a huge amount of it, and they put it in a trust.
Mm-hmm.
And are they saying the beneficiaries of the trust are the people of California? Is that what I'm reading, or am I jumbling it up? Because I need to know who the fuck are the beneficiaries.
The family, is it not?
I
didn't see that.
Mm-mm. They basically said that the family of what's the Bruce's beach family name? You know who I'm talking about,
Yeah,
the couple, the married couple, Willa and Charles.
Yeah.
Their little portion is excluded from this. That's what they're saying.
Which is a small portion. So again, the rest of these beaches, they done rolled up in the trust. Now, is that accurate?
Yep, and it says the grant and trust for the people of the state of California.
Yeah.
They're supposedly and allegedly the beneficiaries.
Yep, and because the United States of America is discriminating against people. So because the United States of America is so bad, what's the name of these assholes? The state of California is going to come and save everybody.
So who's the trustee?
The trustee, I think, is the they had in the beginning it talked about where is it? I gotta go back. Board of Supervisors, I think.
For California,
I think
right?
The Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles, I think, is the trustee.
Yeah, there it is. Board of Supervisors. Yeah, they're the trustees because they're the ones granting to the County of Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
You see how they be doing shit, y'all? And no, this is not new. That's how they always set it up.
But question now, does the family actually have more rights than what they're giving off? Because it sounds like they're making a deal here. We're going to give you the access to 40-something acres without taxation. And the rest of it, we're going to do whatever we want with. But we're going to leave this little portion for you alone. But it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, that they actually own the whole thing.
No, the family didn't own all of that beach.
Okay.
They only own the portion that the resort sat on, right, Nisi Poo, or am I wrong?
I'm gonna see if I can find the land pad. And
It just seems like they're so nice to this family. Like, why don't they just push them off? Like, something just seems.
Because the game is, a nephew knew why. This is what they funk ass has always been doing. They find a token who signs the deal.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's that handshake.
And they take a portion of that token. Okay, here's your cut. And the rest of this shit, we gonna roll it up under a trust.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like there's more to this deal that they're not really mentioning. Like, there's something else that, because they gave them the land with that deal of not touching it.
To be honest, they really are mentioning it. You just got to know what you're looking at. You got to understand how trust operate. To be honest, they are disclosing it. This SB, what the hell is this? SB 796. This is telling you exactly what they did. They're telling you. They're literally telling you the Bruce people got their piece. They're excluded from taxes. So nobody can mess with that little parcel of land that they had that resort on. Everything else, we're rolling up into a trust. And the beneficiaries are the people of California. My thing is, how the fuck did the people of California own all of this?
Or Nevada have the right to have a trustee.
And the people of California sounds kind of fishy language to me.
I think the people of California is nothing but another entity.
Right. It's a backdoor way for them to pay themselves. It's like...
No, there'll be a
it's deeper than that.
The people of California.
It is actually a entity within itself that I'm sure rolls up to another trust or a holding company that goes probably back to either on the federal side or goes back to ultimately those bloodlines of Europe. Those original colonizers.
The people of California refers to this. How are you going to make money off of it? How, like, and where's the money going?
Well, you know how they make money off of it. They're going to tax it.
The use of the land.
Right. They're taxing the use of the land. Absolutely. That's how they're going to make money. Now, I don't know about the rest of these.
Right. That's what I mean. So you're not doing that for the people. The people didn't request for you to tax the land.
Exactly. That's why I'm questioning. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But they're trying to save the money that they're going to get.
Into these coded word entities, like you said, a fucking company within a company or whatever the fuck, however they do it. Like,
exactly.
But at the end of the day, that handshake that they was giving, it was like they were shaking their own hand because they know, like, we all about to split this shit amongst ourselves. Like, it's not going to no fucking people.
Right, and they can't, to be honest, they can't even split it among themselves. I'm telling you, what's going on is these trustees are going to manage this trust, but I can guarantee you the trustees report to another holding company or trust.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I can guarantee you that's how it works. Because they can label people but it's really an organization, just like a company can be labeled people. They can interchange the two.
The People of would be an actual company name, the People of California. So
Exactly.
You're thinking, oh, it's people. Yeah, it's a corporation, bro. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's going back to either another holding trust, another trust, or a holding company.
Yeah.
And notice how they threw forever and ever up in there.
That was the part that had blew me away.
Fucking laundering. That's just.
But that's how they've always done it, though. That's how they've always done it. They always have somebody that steps up and say, "This my people shit." Oh, okay, yep, this your people shit. This the deal we're gonna give you. And the fact that they even got the balls, but because people don't read and because melanated people don't know who the fuck they are and believe that they are indigenous to the land, this the type of bullshit and fuckery that happens. What the fuck do Tunas, Tupanga, Rodonda, Royal Palms, Doom, Dan Blocker, Malibu, what the fuck that got to do with the original claim of the Bruce family? So they use that whole Bruce family claim because they know it's a small portion of indigenous people waking up like, wait a minute, what the fuck? And they secured this shit in a trust. They just took that opportunity with this Bruce situation to basically say, yep, we paid out, but the rest of this stuff is going in a trust forever and ever and ever on behalf of the people of California who are the beneficiaries. Well, how the fuck they the beneficiaries, bruh, when they're not indigenous to the land?
And I think they're looking for anyone else so that they can stop them from holding claim. Because if I come and find out now that that's really my land, I can say, no, I don't want that to be this way. And
you know why? Because they're going to say it's in trust.
Yeah. In trust.
Trust is the hardest thing to break in their law system. That is the hardest contract to break.
Which is why they're making it public that they're looking for the heirs. So that
absolutely.
If X time goes by and no heir comes up and says anything after X time, it's now permanent. It's their land, essentially.
Absolutely.
And these guys are...
Yeah, but that's how they've always done it. That's why when you go back to those original state charters, the one that King James them issued and King Charles them issued, you'll see in some of them, not all of them, but if you do enough research, you'll know either that particular those parcel of land rolled up to one of the holding companies, or it was put in trust. That's how they fucking do business. That's always how they did business. This is about business for them. And as long as we are under their fucked up laws, statutes, and codes, which don't benefit you and they will never benefit you, these are the games that they play. So if other indigenous people step forward and say, well, what are you talking about, blood? That's my people's shit. Here, I can prove it, yada, 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 yada. They're going to have hell because now all of that stuff is rolled up into trust.
Y'all, I just went to another source, the records, what do you call it? The Glow Records, and it has the Bruce family in California. They got 6 pages of land documents. 6 pages.
You know
but I can't find
how soon those documents, the dates on those documents?
I think the earliest one was, I think, the 1860s. And then the latest one
during the Civil War. So you're telling me 1860s during the Civil War, right?
1864, 1865.
I'm blinking 75 times during the Civil War, during when they were either destroying, creating land patents, creating deeds, and assigning them motherfuckers to whom they wanted to assign them to, and created the Dawes Rolls during that time frame, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's the earliest I could find one. The latest I'm seeing is 1917. That's the latest one. Yep, but most of them are 1864, 1865.
Yeah, right during the hijack.
Yep.
And the switching of the identities and all of that. This shit is so layered because we don't know if you're melanated, if that's on the Black European side. We really don't fucking know.
And it looks like they had some minerals on the land because one of the patents, it says assigned for automation. And then it says mineral patent placer. 15 statute 251. I gotta read that. I don't know what that means exactly, but it looks like it was assigned and the minerals were extracted from the land. That's crazy.
That's a deep
unum sanctum. Unum sanctum.
Yeah, because there were a lot of them folks was coming out here for the gold rush.
Yeah,
for the silver.
That's why
so
I'm like, I ain't trusting that 1865 shit.
And plus, if they had a patent that was assigned that they had, and then it was assigned for automation, it looks like it was transferred to somebody named Thomas Alderson. It looks like they just kind of took it from them. Like, yeah, we gonna take that, niggas. Y'all can't have no gold or silver. We'll just go ahead and take that. Like, that's what it looks like. But I don't know. It's too sketchy. It's too sketchy because you can only speculate. You're not there. You can only try to put the puzzle pieces together. But looking at that brother with that feather on his hat, he definitely
was pissed, baby. He was
you could tell.
Yeah, in comparison to the other brother shaking his hand, no, that was
yeah, thank you, Nisi Poo. But that's how they do things, family. That's how they've always done it. That's not nothing new. And who put the unum sanctum? Unum sanctum is a papal bull that was issued by Pope Boniface the 5, 6, 7. I think that's 8. Yeah, maybe.
I think that's Brother Odell.
Okay, all right. Hey, Brother Odell. Okay. On November 18, 1302, it laid down dogmatic propositions on the unity of the Catholic Church, the necessity of belonging to it for eternal salvation, the position of the Pope as supreme head of the Church, and the duty thence arising of submission to the Pope to belong to the Church and thus attain salvation. Let me see. I think ain't that what they basically laid down? Talking about some, they have the right, yeah. Because it says, oh shit, let me bring it up. Shout out to Brother Odell. That's my dude. All right, let me do this real quick. Child. That was really, really good, Nisi Poo. You know my blood is straight boiling. Okay, so this is Unum Sanctum. So we just read, yeah, here it is. So I don't care about that eternal salvation shit, although that does mean something on the spiritual side. But the Pope further emphasized the higher position of the spiritual in comparison with the secular order. The historian Brian Tierney calls it probably the most famous of all documents on church and state that have come down to us from the Middle Ages. Funky motherfuckers. The original document is lost, but a version of the text can be found in registers of Boniface the Eighth in the Vatican archives. The bull was the definitive statement of late medieval theory of hierarchy, which argue for the temporal as well as spiritual supremacy of the Pope. Okay, but it was something in here because they got into common law. This is what I wanted to. Then we gonna stop. Child, the bull was promulgated during an ongoing dispute between Boniface VIII and King Philippe of France. Philippe had levied taxes on the French clergy of half their annual income. I told y'all this stuff been going on forever. This foolery. On February 5th, 1296, Boniface responded with the Papal Bull, Claricis Lacicos. I know I'm mispronouncing it. That forbade clerics without any authority from the Holy See, to pay taxes to temporal rulers and threatened excommunication on rulers who demand such payments. So in other words, he was trying to say we ain't finna pay that. King Edward I of England. Now, I'm going to dig up this pic of King Edward I. So just to remind you who we talking on. Okay? King Edward I of England defended his own taxing powers by putting defiant clergy under outlawry. Okay, so outlawry is an outlaw. Child. A Roman law concept, all roads lead to Rome, concept withdrawing their protection under English common law. So y'all out there, you patriots out there trying to run a game on folk about this common law stuff, not interested. So you melanated people can go on with that bull crap if you want to. It's the same old thing. And confiscated the temporal properties of bishops who refused his levies. Child. As Edward was demanding an amount well above the 10th offered by the clergy, Archbishop of Canterbury, Robert Winchelsea, left it to each individual clergyman to pay as he saw fit. In August 1296, King Philippe imposed an embargo forbidding export to horses, arms, gold, and silver, effectively keeping the French clergy from sending taxes to Rome and blocking a main source of papal revenue. Philippe also banished from France papal agents raising funds for a new crusade. Okay, this is actually a good read. I'm going to have to come back to that. I may have to do something on that. So, child, basically, that's how these folks do business. They've always done business this way. It is business for them, and it is around the world. Okay? So, meaning any one of these systems that are in place are not in place for the benefit of the people. They are in place solely for the benefit of an empire. So rather that be back to the original crowns, the European crowns, or the Pope himself, but it is not on behalf of the benefit of the people. It never is. Okay? Because if it was on behalf of the benefit of the people, land would not have been snatched from those said people. What we have to realize is that colonization took place across the entire planet. So that means England had indigenous people on it, minding their business, chilling. And it was melanated people. They was minding their business. All of these different areas had indigenous people. and you have a set of bloodline that feel it is their bloodline right to own the entire world. And they want to set the shit up to make it seem like, oh, well, it's in trust on behalf of the people. We're going to assign trustees, but all along, no, you're really not, because who the true beneficiaries are going back to the same people that colonized the land.
Oh, that's what that means. Okay.
Paying themselves this way.
Yeah. And then Odell was putting in, I don't know how to pronounce it, Cestui Que Vie, but French for he who lives, a legal term for an individual who is a beneficiary of a trust or insurance policy.
Bingo.
With rights to the property and income and profits the property provides.
He knows what he's talking about. So do y'all understand what went on in Bill 796? They roll that shit up into a trust. And they're saying the beneficiaries are the people of California. That's not specific enough for me.
And what they're really saying is that the citizens of the corporation known as California are the beneficiaries.
Bingo. Can you say that again?
The employees of the corporation known as California beneficiaries.
It's not even the employees. It's that the California people, which they already probably categorized that either under an organization or under another trust, is the beneficiary. It is not like the regular citizen.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I agree with that. Yes. Yeah.
So well, I just said
for the people. I agree with that.
I got you
but
the
really,
first time. That's why I had to.
Is named again. So
Exactly.
I'll say like this then: the corporation known as the people of California are going to get it from the corporation known as California. It's all corporation. It's not the actual physical being of the person. It's all a corporation.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's exactly right. That's what they did.
Get your shares and dividends and all that type shit.
And the reason is too is because they can't. The California as a company cannot deal with the physical person. They can only deal with a company. And I think this is what Brother Wendell is touching on with the SKV Trust, which is that's what they did to you when you were when you were at birth. They took your physical being and made you into a corporation, which is then why they can act on you. California can act on you because they're really acting on the corporate side of you, your straw man, your SKV Trust, and not the physical body. And that's the trickery that they play on you to get into contract law with them, and then thus they have law over you. This is why they ask you this: do you understand? And when you answer yes, which means you stand under the law of California, which now means you're their subject.
Exactly.
It's the same king and queen subjectary understanding, but they needed to do it in legal format. And if you don't understand who you are, you'll then agree to it. You're now their subject.
Exactly. Don't y'all remember when John Kerry was running for president? And I don't know if he slipped up and said it or if he said it and they put it out there to kind of get a gauge on who is catching this information and who's not. When he said corporations are people, go look it up.
Oh, yeah.
Go look it up. He said corporations are people. And he was arguing, I think it was with a lady. And the lady said, no, they're not. No, that he said corporations are people. And I was sitting there like, child.
This is where legalese comes into play, when people don't realize when you're in a
because people don't know what they done.
They're talking and they're saying things.
Legalese, casting spells.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because you're saying that, and it's something that else you're saying. In legality, you're saying something else.
Exactly. And they've been doing this shit forever. That's why when you sit down and you doing a deal with these people, you better know what the fuck you're agreeing to.
That's when normally you have a lawyer with you, because you're actually speaking legalese. You're not speaking English when you're dealing with corporate. You're speaking legalese. So a person, as you're saying, you're thinking the physical being person, but in corporate law, a person is a corporation.
It's a corporation. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So when they say, can the person step forward, you step forward, not realizing, no, they're calling the corporation the
exactly.
person. So this is where you get tricked.
Exactly.
Hey, I want to chime in, because I was talking to somebody about this, and let me go to another space.
These babies are vicious.
They fighting over fruit snacks. Meanwhile, all the adults is chilling in the garage. Hey, y'all, I'm on a live. Can somebody help them, please?
Settle that dispute.
Please, gotta go where the adults are, darling.
Right. Somebody go in and be the
1,
trustee
2,
on
3,
that.
4, 5 adults. Can somebody please help me?
Right. Go trustee and get them beneficiaries
Right.
there. Do
Go trustee
snacks.
and give the beneficiaries a snack.
right.
Ain't nobody laughing. They like, whatever. We trying to
Right.
get
Like,
But the point I was trying to make, so when y'all say, and what we say, because we all know this to be fact, that the corporations act as persons. Well, what they've done is they use the power of grouping up together. So technically, it's a group of persons.
exactly.
Yeah. So they just group up, have a common interest, and they do their thing.
This is why they say
It's
the
like
council came together, and you're like, oh, a
Yeah.
group of people? No.
Yeah.
It's just that's
Yep. And
Absolutely.
so at the end of the day, they know how to go to wherever they need to go to get what they want. And they know which department to go to. They know who to talk to. Sometimes the person they need to talk to, their cousin. And they go in there and they get what they need.
yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can look it up. I haven't been here in so long. Let me see, y'all. Child, cause I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, but just to give y'all a glimpse, we know what the fuck we talking about. I usually don't talk about this shit because I don't want anybody getting in my motherfucking inbox talking about no packages. Don't do it. I'm gonna block you. I just know this stuff because I know it, so don't come at me about no package. Don't ask me to come on my shit about no motherfucking package. I just know this stuff because I studied it for myself. So, just real quick, hopefully I can pull it up. I have not been on here for years. Just to show you all of this shit is business. Okay?
And don't have any doubt, just go read the Black Law Dictionary. It's all written right there. What persons are, what corporations are.
Yeah, but you got to get that, the dictionary, the etymology. It takes years and years and years and years. This is called Dun and Bradstreet. I typed in County of Los Angeles. It's business. If y'all peeping what I am telling you, the County of Los Angeles listed as a business.
Yeah. You'll find all of them in
Put
those.
any one of your counties, your municipalities. Let's do United States, because honey, they changed the United States so motherfucking much.
It's just people can't understand that their places are actual corporate companies.
Okay, so now they got this one under Cleveland. Oops, I didn't spell it right. They have changed that so many times. But you have to keep playing with the variations. Okay, so they've changed it. See, Chamber of Commerce, even the embassy. And so they've changed the name. They've messed with the variations again. They opened it up under another name. I just don't know what it is anymore.
Or is the United States dissolvent? Because isn't that another rumor? That
but when they were saying that, we caught it where they opened it back up under another one, and I just can't remember the name.
Right. So in other words, so the United States is no longer a company. Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm telling you that they just keep rolling it to another corporation because I can dissolve.
They dissolve it into another one.
Exactly.
And they just change literally the lettering.
Exactly.
You got to look at the lettering. If it's capitalized, literally how it's spelled, capitalized, lowercase, all of that shit matters. They have changed the whole corporation based on how the physical spelling of the corporation.
Exactly. So they didn't change it. And I can't remember what, when they were saying that it was dissolved, because actually back in 2007, what they were doing business under, they dissolved it, and we saw them stand it back up under a different name. This is all business. Okay? And they use holding companies and trust. Okay? Remember when I went over that Pesur stuff with you all, and shout out to Brother 832 for putting me up on game. Because, baby, that blew my wig back to see all of those different industries that were under the holding company of the Pesurs, who the Pesurs reported back to the King of France. And it was pretty much everything in the Americas.
The fish.
Pretty much everything. Just like when King James did his, came over here and did his 13 colonies and, what's the, I know y'all know the company that he did his shit up under, and he had investors and everything.
I want to say the Virginia Company?
Yeah, the Virginia Company. This shit is business. It's always been set up that way. So when you see them say trust, always remember who the fuck are the trustees. The trustees are the ones that are supposed to manage the trust. They're supposed to make decisions on the trust on the behalf of the beneficiaries. The beneficiaries is just like the word benefit, who are supposed to be getting the benefits, the revenue, whatever the case may be, the assets from said trust.
And don't forget, you left out the Virginia Company of who? Of London.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is London.
London Bridge is falling down.
Exactly.
Falling down.
Everything
Exactly.
goes back to London, and then that goes back to the Pope.
Exactly.
Vatican.
So whenever you hear trust, you automatically think, who are the trustees? Who are the beneficiaries? Because I want to know who the fuck assigned the trustees. And what Nisipu was telling us,
Qualifications.
it said that the board of supervisors, blink, blink, blink. As matter of fact, it says the director of parks and recreation, upon the adoption of the specified resolution by the board of supervisors of the county of Los Angeles.
A lot of words. My thing is, they were asking for blood for the beneficiary for the family, but who are these people? How are they vetted?
Yes, that's what I wanted to say earlier. How come this blood thing came in after they got the first crop of people that took the deal?
I don't know if they're doing that because maybe somebody else kicked up some dirt and said who you signed this agreement with the Bruce family. There's more heirs out there. I don't know. Or if they're putting it out there for publicity stunt to say, see, we tried, y'all. We tried. This was a big media news story. We tried to find it. We tried to find the heirs.
Right.
But yet, you done set up here and passed Senate Bill 796. And I don't know, son Scotty, are the rest of those beaches a part of Manhattan beaches, or are they separate motherfucking beaches?
No, I was about to say this stretch Manhattan Beach is like south. It's like south.
I didn't want to lie up upon the
Fucking
stuff.
Point Dune and Malibu is going way up. Like
yeah, I know where the fuck
Peak
Malibu
Base
at.
now.
Exactly. I know where Malibu at. Now I don't know the rest of them beaches. I know Manhattan Beach. And I know Malibu Beach. And I know them wasn't the same, but I couldn't really, vouch for the other one.
That stretch is a long, that's a long part of a long part of the Pacific coast. That goes from like South LA to way in the west. Way west.
Sounds like a land grab to me.
It is not sound like a land grab. It is a land grab.
It looks like, to me, it's just a switch swap. So the entity that was managing the land was the Department of Parks and Recreation. And then
restructuring the deal.
Have the property now.
Yeah.
Like they not trying to give the property to an individual. They're just giving it back to each other.
In trust.
Yes.
That's what it looks like to me.
Exactly. Absolutely.
And now, like I said, is who's now who's the beneficiary? You saying the family is, sorry? Is that again? Or the family, again, the family has their own separate portion from this other portion.
What do you mean?
They're basically saying that part, they're saying that part that belongs to the Bruce family is going to be excluded from the trust.
From the rest, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. So this deal was a whole deal, and now they've just broken off the Bruce family from that portion of it. And now the Bruce family are excluded from the entire beach that they're going to go into trust.
They're just going to allow them to have that little parcel. I think it might be 10 acres.
Yep.
And that doesn't include, the improvements of the whole beach. So they don't have the whole beach. They just gonna have that little tiny portion of the beach.
Which must mean the initial deal that stole the property from Bruce is up, and now is needed to be re-signed, and that was part of the deal. We're not going to tax you on your land, Bruce. We're just going to take.
And then they're probably going to create an easement. They're probably going to create an easement so that they can go ahead and continue to walk along their beach any damn way.
Right.
So I was about to say, they're not going to be getting taxes and stuff, but they got to keep it up. They got to look at the land around them being like, getting money and being upkept and stuff. They're going to eventually be like, well, we might as well
sell it back anyway. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So I don't know if y'all can see it on the screen yet. I don't know why this other computer. Oh, it's just coming over. Just so y'all don't think. That's why I always want y'all to think when they're naming all these government agencies. Peep game, these are motherfucking corporations. So you can see, I just typed in here, California Parks and Recreation.
Yeah.
You can see they look like each county has their own corporation.
No, each county is its own corporation.
Yeah. Well, the county itself is a corporation, but each department within the county, depending on how they have it structured, is also a corporation. Is where
it's
creating a circle within the circle.
A mother company, or they're having a sister company. But
that's what a holding company is. A holding company is a parent company. Right. And under the parent company, you can have children. And then if it's a really old thingy, you can have like a grandparent company that owns that parent, and then you can have a great grandparent company that owns it all. So what I am telling you all, this shit goes back to the great grandparent company, which
London.
ties back to one of those crowns. France, England, them, somebody. That's what we're telling you.
And instead of blaming the real entities that caused all this chaos with the land grabs, they want to blame the United States of America for all the inequality.
Right.
So they're placing all of the blame
on another corporation,
entity.
right?
Yep.
That
Not
they
the
keep
business.
dissolving and restarting that motherfucker up under something else that rolls up to another trust, which rolls up to another holding company. Yeah.
So who the United States of America, which is under the Constitution, which is why the Constitution doesn't apply to you persons. You're under the Constitution of the state of California, because the United States of America, they don't give you any rights. They treat you unequal in all these things. So that Constitution
because
is
it
not
was never
for you.
set up for you, quote, quote, you. It is a business that is to provide revenue and manage the trust. That's why the president is the president. It is a CEO position of a company. And folks be thinking we out of our rabbit ass mind when we be telling y'all this shit. And they got the paperwork to back up what the fuck they're doing. But because the average people want to think that shit is done on behalf of them, that's why they keep getting away with this shit.
And that is why each state has different boards. So like you have your real estate board of commissioners, which is another entity within the entity of California. And then you also have your, what's the other one that's major? It just slipped my mind. But basically, y'all get what I'm saying. They have these groups, these boards, the Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
Each state has a board for whatever it is that's going on for the public. Transportation, exactly.
Yeah. They're all corporations. That's why when you run for office, you have to take an oath. Because your oath is not on the beholding of like the populace. Your oath is beholden to the corporation. You will always do what's best for the corporation. Okay? So yeah, they just pulled a really big fast one. I don't know who the indigenous people of this beachfront is, but they just pulled a fucking fast one. And they use giving something back to the Bruce family, this 10 little acres, to secure all of these other beaches. I don't know how far up the coast of California this stretch. They didn't just roll this shit up into a fresh new trust. And they literally have given the public disclosure. So this is some damn good research, Nisi Poo.
They re-stole the land in front of us. And because if the initial people stole the land from the indigenous people, let's just say Bruce people had something to do with it. They've been stealing this land for, let's say, up till now. And only now they're saying, okay, we're going to take it from the people that stole it originally. We're going to give the Bruce family a portion of it. And we're going to re-steal it back. Because the land isn't theirs.
No, it's not re-stealing it back. It's just that they roll it up to different holding companies. That's all.
If they want to, the land should have just been given to. It shouldn't have been. There should be no ownership on the land. Let's see like that.
Well, that's why they were able to do the shit in the first place. Because the indigenous people. What the fuck I need paperwork for? My people been on this land for thousands of years. I don't need no paperwork on this. Everybody know this little area is my people's land. They need paperwork because they stealing.
Yeah, it's the paperwork that's the
right, and they monetizing it.
Exactly.
But like, it's part of the game. It's part of the game. That's why you have the paper to monetize it legally, because it's the claim.
Yep. So
wholeness and power.
I'm sorry. Go hey, brother John. Peace and love. Peace and love, brother. Go ahead, put something on it, because I'm trying to find something.
Yo,
anyway,
what up, brother
This
Sean?
perfect timing. Go ahead, brother.
Your world, bro. Well, you know that Congress then unanimously passed a bill to repatriate indigenous people.
Child, now come on, you know we country is full. Come on, break down what repatriate and all that means.
That means to place you back up under your own culture. That means they're releasing you from the system. But everybody thinking about this damn reset, cutting deals, signing paperwork, you're going right back in. That's why they can just give them 10 acres because they didn't sign something. They didn't cut some type of deal. Should nobody be doing no paperwork right now? If you don't know who you are and you can't prove it, just like y'all talking about how we're talking about all these corporations, these so-called tribal names that they gave us are corporations. Look them up.
Yeah.
Surely is.
They talk, when it comes to that family, they're talking about their family name.
That part.
The Bruce family. Everything is family. It's a matter of who your family is. Who child are you? And what type of standing your family has in the community.
Talk about it.
If you out here doing all this fuckery, robbing, killing, this, that, or the other, and it's going on for generation after generation, your family ain't shit. You have no respectability. You go somewhere looking for a job and they hear that name, you automatically blacklisted. Everything is about your bloodline. Period. Whose child are you? And can you prove that? There's no way for anybody to prove anything as far as for these quote unquote nationalities.
Right.
Because they're corporations. They're boards. Everything that we just said, that's what they are. That's a whole grouping of people. What did your bloodline do specifically? You don't know that, then you riding off of somebody else's coattail, hoping somebody give you a job on their land so you can come build their shit up for them. And basically, that's what indentured servitude was.
Exactly.
You ain't had no money. Certain families got all this land.
Yep.
In order for you to survive, you had to go sign an indentured servitude contract.
Right, which was a work contract.
Just like our 9 to 5s now.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Exactly.
But this is what people want. They keep trying to wash their hands clean of this. They keep trying to tell us that we don't belong, that they setting up their own shit. But what do we want to do? We want to bully our way off into their bullshit instead of being who we are. They just set some shit up and told us we couldn't be a part of it. And we got angry that they said we couldn't do something.
Yep.
And demanded to do it.
Demanded to be included now.
And now that we're fucked.
Yep.
Everybody want to bitch and complain. And that whole patriot thing. There's a new group out called the Patriot Front. Their ideology is only Europeans can hold corporate positions. They say that they didn't steal the land. They conquered it. And they ain't giving shit back.
Well, at least they fucking honest. They ain't trying to lie. Shit, at least in their defense.
But if you think about it, all the patriots say that to an extent. They keep talking about our country, our land, our
They
this,
do.
our
They
that.
do. They do.
But they ran from the
And
queen.
they don't mention us.
No,
They
that's
mention
talked all of
corporate
that.
citizens.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanksgiving, motherfucker, Thanksgiving. Sorry.
So until y'all actually ready to do something,
Child.
which means shit gonna have to get physical, because that's the way we lost shit.
Uncomfortable.
These motherfuckers are adamant about the fact that they ain't giving shit back. But they ain't paying attention to what mama doing.
Yeah, because that's what's going to have to happen. Because melanated people aren't in agreement, and plus, all melanated people aren't indigenous. And let's just be honest, most don't give a fuck. They comfortable in the system. They like the system. They just want to be, they want to benefit greatly from the system. I'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
But it's a bankrupt system.
But they want to keep it.
It's a debt system. It's nothing about this system that promotes life. Because that's why they make you dead. When they put something in all caps and make it a corporation, you're dead.
Not physical anymore.
You're dead at law.
Yep.
And basically, it's their fucking law. I mean, I don't care if people say that some of our ancestors taught them this, that, or the other.
You only have one law, natural law.
Exactly. The thing is, the ancestors that they learned it from, they was fucking over people.
Come on now, tell it now. We can't sit here and act like it didn't happen now.
That's how did motherfuckers have so much goddamn land if you wasn't fucking over somebody? And you had to cut a deal with them in order to get paperwork on that said land.
Because I ain't found none yet from my motherfucking people.
I did. And he cut a deal, so that's on him. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't cutting no deals. I ain't signing shit. This shit is over with. I don't understand why people want to keep this bullshit alive.
Recording. Damn, y'all, we getting all this good stuff and I ain't recording.
Recording in progress.
Keep going, Brother Sean. Yeah.
Giving it to fear. That fear is what's doing everybody in. Period.
Crippling.
Scared of everything.
Fear and greed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look at the way these motherfuckers running around, robbing everything in sight.
LA, sorry.
More than LA.
It's really across the country. They off the chain.
Atlanta, they wilding out down there in Memphis. I mean, all the stories that be coming out about homicides, and it's our people doing it to each other.
Indeed.
Killing 13 and 14-year-old children.
Yep.
Right. If I see one more domestic violence turn into a suicide, turn into you killing the baby.
Child, I'm so tired. Yeah, we just had in Columbus 2 young babies was caught up in a drive-by because the mama's boyfriend had the babies in the car and they came and sprayed the car and got all 3 of them. The shit's out of control, but you know, when we try to talk about stuff like that, the collective melanated people, you don't want to talk about that. So when I say melanated people are so fucked up, That's what I mean when I say we can't even get people to grasp their mind around what happened and what is happening, because they're caught in this vicious cycle of just violence. And it's just really like a fucked up horror movie at this point.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Especially as a team, it's like why are we killing each other? If the white man's against us, why are we killing each other? Like, it doesn't really make sense. Because and Brother Sean, my scarf's off to you. You said this years ago. It's because the mixing of the melanated bloodline. Yeah, I get that.
Okay. And I'm not saying everybody from Europe is on some fuck shit. No, because Europe had indigenous people too that were conquered.
No, they came from Europe. Like, Europe was on some fuck shit that they came from.
Yeah, but not every indentured servant that came over here was on some fuck shit. They were coming over here for a better life, whatever the case may be.
I'm saying the environment that they came from. Like, they weren't coming from...
they came from a fucked up environment. Yeah. Because King James and them messed up their land, all of that jazz. But it's the mixing of the bloodlines. We don't know how many of the people that's sitting on them thrones, them nobility people. We don't know how many side babies they done had. Mm-hmm. That's why bloodline and your heritage is extremely important. And in the Americas, everybody got lumped together because of skin color, and we all from Africa, right? And those bloodline energy ties, that shit is deep. It's like, I remember your people sold my people out back in it. That's why this perpetuance of violence keeps happening. It's the mixing of and grouping everybody together. We ain't never all got along. We got to keep it real. And it's a reason for that. Because it was a lot of warring and fighting, black on black. And that shit has not been settled. It ain't been settled.
But I think there was more honorable back then, though. Like, it was a legit, I have a beef with you, legit, let's meet up, legit, let's war. Now it's just, I'm in the car with the babies and you're getting sprayed up. Like, it's senseless.
Yeah, and you could look at it that way, but also you have to look at it in the fashion that even with the indigenous people, and I always go back to this, why was we even letting, and this ain't got nothing to do with the indentured servants, why was we letting King James and them come over here and cross their motherfucking legs in the first place? Who was giving the permission to do business with them?
I think it was probably the pimp game in them. It was more that they con people into doing business with them.
It still does not matter. Who gave the permission?
It was somebody we knew.
Thank you. And that be the part that melanated people want to look over and want to hide. No, bruh. No, sus. I want to get back to who gave them the permission to come over here and cross their legs, kick it up, smoke weed, shoot dice, drink.
Inky.
And run hoes.
There's always somebody who in deep, who get in trouble.
That initial permission was given for them to come over here and do business on the land.
Would have to be a head of state on our side. So let's say a chief would have to like gotten good with someone on that side and then said, all right, you can use our people. Because that's what happened when the Spanish came over. They teamed up with the local Mestigos to take over the Aztecs. So it would have to be like they were neutralized and say, I don't like those group of people. Oh, let's help you kill those group of people then, and let's work together.
Correct.
I totally agree with that. But that's the thing that indigenous people, we have to look at the truth. We have to understand the origins of why we have the conditions today. You had people early on cutting deals. Yes, sir.
We can even take the gang thing back to in the day. The cowboy. If you look at a lot of them, they were young. They were kids, just like these gangbangers now killing.
Yeah, 15 through 20 something. Yeah.
It's the same.
It's the same thing. Absolutely.
But I'm just gonna say it still had more from today. It had more rules. Back in the Western time, even though there were still the slingers there, they would still come up, meet, talk. There would still be some sort of dialogue. Today is just...
I agree with that, but that still don't make it right. And see, that's where and I hear you, but what I'm trying to get you all to get into your consciousness, when you start breaking natural universal laws, this is the fuckery that you get. You just go on the downcline.
You just open Pandora's box.
Exactly. And then you got to justify, oh yeah, I treat, women like shit, but I don't whoop their ass. But you treat women like shit is the operative. And I'm just using that as an example.
No, it's understandable, yeah. Because that's why they made laws to enable certain things. Killing is wrong by nature's
And you shouldn't have to make those laws. So it's just a perpetual downhill from that.
Yeah. Because you're now excusing those negative things. You're making them...
Because the indigenous people broke natural laws. They broke the laws of taking care of the land, what the land was supposed to be used for. And I know, men, y'all get your drugs in the bunch when I say this, but men, you wasn't supposed to be negotiating a motherfucking thing. You was out of violation right then because the lands wasn't even held in your motherfucking hands. But folks don't want to look at the shit for what it really is. That's how we got in this situation that we're in. And that's why when we're telling you that bloodline is the only way it's going to get you out, that's what we mean. You have to look at that shit for what it is. And even if your bloodline participated in that shit, you got to admit that shit so it can be clean from the aura, from the energy fields to move the fuck on.
That's your responsibility, by the way.
Yeah, that's your responsibility. This shit is recorded. Everything you do is recorded. You ain't doing no dirt behind the scene. This shit is recorded. This is esoteric.
Cashapp records.
And the treachery that has gone on this planet just keeps going because folks ain't clearing up their karmic debt. And living in cognitive dissonance is not going to get it.
There's like a saying that bad things continue to happen because good people don't stand up.
Or good people are suppressed. Because I can't, now this is just me, this is just my code of ethics. This is just me. I don't consider you good if you don't stand up. If you don't stand up, you're fucking complacent. And silence equals acceptance.
That's true. That's even on a legal standpoint. Silence is acceptance.
Yeah, silence is accepted. So that's what has gone on. And everybody's just accepted this fuckery. Oh, slavery was slavery. Yeah, we know the Moors was the first one to do it. Moor/Arabic. And it's just, none of that shit's acceptable. You're breaking universal/natural law out the motherfucking gate. And it's downhill from there.
Which will allow other people to come in and take advantage of you, essentially.
Exactly. So again, what was going on the shores of America for it to be infiltrated? That should be the real question. And that's, melanated people have not got over that. That's why they know it's the easiest group to infiltrate. It don't take much to infiltrate. Because we're not being honest with each other. This code of ethics that people, quote, quote, set, that shit can keep getting broken. Then a new code of ethics is set that's lesser than the original code of ethics. Because you broke the original, the natural law code of ethics, and you still breaking that shit.
Auntie.
Yes.
It's really the oath that they're taking. Because these oaths all go against nature. And
Absolutely.
They're all secrecy. And it's the opposite of what we should be doing. Everything should be done in public. So it's really these secret societies are taking these oaths that are going against nature. And because they are intertwined within the global structure of the world, they're able to continue affecting us negatively. Like the things that are happening negatively are not done because we want it done. They're actually being influenced by a certain bloodline. If
the infiltration is so deep, y'all, I don't think y'all understand. It's deep to the point, even on the esoteric level.
All right.
That's how deep the infiltration is. I mean, you could be really like, man, yeah, I'm digging that person, this, that, and the third, this, that, and the third. And then you'll hear something and you'll be like, what? You saying folks need to do what? Why the fuck are you tying this to an organization or a group? You don't think I know what that organization or group is?
You weren't supposed to know.
That's how deep the infiltration goes. That's why I am anti-group for that reason. Because I don't know who the fuck that made a covenant or an agreement or an oath with somebody. I don't know that.
And shout out to brother Bobby Hemmett. Somebody had shared recently one of his old drops. And he said in that drop, y'all don't need to be messing around with that paperwork stuff. And you damn sure don't need to be messing around with, you already know, y'all fill in the blanks. Y'all know what I'm talking about. He said it.
Yeah. Back in the 90s, right?
I don't know if it was the 90s because the person who made the post didn't put the date of the original recording, but you could tell it was an old recording.
Yeah.
And he gave us a situation where they basically went after the state of Georgia.
Yep, I remember that video.
And the judge specifically told them that, the Constitution doesn't apply to you. And the reason why it is because basically y'all are wards of the state.
Yeah.
And y'all don't know how to take care of y'all damn selves. And is he wrong? Do we know how to
that's the fucked up
take
part,
care of
Nisi
ourselves
Poo.
Properly?
That's the fucked up part, Nisi Poo. And that's the hurting part. That's the hurting part, and where it would slap me upside the scarf and the face to say, wake the fuck up, lady.
We don't know how to freaking manage waste. They got waste management facilities. They have, do we know how to dig far enough and build underground piping to connect the pipes to a local, to a central source and have running water? Like, do we know how to do that type shit? Like, no. And if there are people that know how to do it, are they doing that? Like most of these companies that are engineering type companies that are laying lines and laying the electricity wires for the electricity to work. These folks is not looking like us. The majority of them, we don't know how.
And that's when I say build, provide, protect. People come out of my motherfucking bag. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Where's the build?
Build something, god dang it. I made some dream catchers. Y'all can catch them.
I saw that
pretty. But it's just at the end of the day, we got to get We got to get better. I'm looking at this technology right now for these 3D printers that are building houses. I wanted to put that as a land report, but I'm still doing research. I can't.
Oh, that's gonna be a good one. Don't rush that one. That's gonna be a good one.
But honey, when I tell you it's a team of engineers, mechanical engineers, like we need more mechanical engineers. Those are the ones who can build things with their hands, and can't nobody tell them shit. They one of the highest paid occupations.
Facts.
They can build a whole damn city. Mechanical engineers, them MEs, they got the bag.
Take paperwork.
That's what I'm saying. All of this stuff, this technology or whatever these things are, we have the ability to get ahead of them, like to counter this shit. We don't have to just consent to their bullshit.
Right. That's the purpose of the reset.
Right, but how can we even do that if our babies and us are ducking gunshots in the motherfucking streets?
Well, that's a distraction.
Well, right.
Gotta
First,
get out
we gotta
the city.
Motherfucking just setting ourselves up to be raped, because that's basically what it is. We just pimped our land out for motherfuckers to come over here and rape, and we just give excuses for it, like, oh yeah, she was just plentiful, she just had so many resources, so why not? Like, no, like you allowed motherfuckers to come up in here, rape your land, rape your consciousness, rape your identity, rape your history, just go full force, and you held no one accountable or responsible. So now you have no reason to, you have no right to complain, because you consented to this.
Exactly.
There was something that you put out in the Monahan report, Auntie. I went back and listened to, I think it was part 3, and you had got quiet because it touched you, and it touched me too.
Child,
and it was the part where you had
me
said
all through it. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Poo.
It was the part where you said something about the middle class, so-called Black people wanted to leave the lower, the poor, they didn't want to live in the same area. So they left and migrated to other places. And then when you said that, I was like, that's the same shit I did. I had to get out them cities. I had to get away from them folks, because they was literally pulling my child, who I'm trying to raise to be not better, but want more. Want more out of life than just sitting on the streets and stealing shit.
Because that did not align with your values and your principles.
But the city is a trap. City is a trap in itself.
It's a trap. It's a big
but now
trap.
we have to think about it, because now, come on now, I'm going to take y'all there. Because even when they tore them projects down and they started dispersing people to the suburbs, those turned into the hood. So we can't put it on a location.
The mindset then.
It is a mindset, and it is tied to spiritual bloodlines. This is what I keep telling y'all.
I would honestly say you're absolutely right, but it depends on it, because like the suburbs that let's use Atlanta for an example. They cleared out Atlanta, the hoods in Atlanta, and a lot of the suburbs that they moved them to was only 20 minutes away. Yeah. I'm talking about getting far away. I'm talking about they can't hop on a bus and get back to the hood. They gonna have to hop a flight. That's what I did. I got clear across the country on
right. But what that would require then, that would require a separation, right? That would basically be what folks did in the 60s. They moved out of the city and went to the suburbs. That would be a separation of groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said the separation of groups?
Groups. Groups.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say suburbs. I would say more rural.
Okay, take the location out.
Well, the setting means something, because I think it's more of the environment where you're in a quiet, there's not a lot of traffic. It means something different than being in the city. I think that's what you're trying to get at.
At this point, we got to know that certain places geographically is set up for you to fail. And so it's about your mindset. We know, we done seen people in the ghettoest of ghettos, they block the shit out and they become great. We done seen people born into greatness and they just fuck it up. Exactly. So at the end of the day, you got to be aware of what you're born into and be conscious of the actions that you taking. Like if you born into some bullshit ass bloodline, if you just go along with it, then you consent to that shit. If you
that would be true, brother Scotty. That would be true if it was prior to the internet. We don't have, as parents, we do not have the same control over our children as other people did back in the day because of the internet. The internet, you could be thinking you're doing everything right, and your child is scrolling at 9-10 o'clock at night, scrolling through shit and tapping into shit, and you don't even know it. You sleep. You got to go to work in the morning.
Video games.
And then they connected with crazy ass shit going on. Next thing you know, they done went and linked up with somebody that they done met online because they thought that shit looked cool on Instagram. Yeah. So it's a different type of world now because of the internet, and what they're being shown is what they should be doing or what looks cool. The peer pressure part.
Right, but do you get that? Melanated people still haven't gotten over the hump from the projects condition. I'm just going to use the 60s, although it goes back much, much further than that. Just going to use the 60s. Now we are literally in the midst of another reset, which is going to even more separate class. And melanated people as a collective are really, really going to be behind.
I think the really big issue is that they don't realize there's a war, or there's an attack happening. Because as you said, it's the 60s when you can have a noticeable understanding of when something's changing. And I think that's why it's still continuing, because people don't realize that there is something that's causing this effect. Crack didn't just show up out of nowhere.
To be honest, I think melanated people know that. The issue is they don't know who the fucking enemy is. That's the difference.
But if they know the enemy, though, what they want to fight it. Because if we tell you the enemy is you yourself, it's you dealing with who you are, getting to know who you are as an individual, becoming wholeness of power. That means you have to give up half the stuff that you're currently attached to. I think that's where people are going to have the hard time, because they need to get in touch with themselves.
That, of course, is the main thing, yes. But, again, I'm going to keep saying this until you all fucking get it. If I think because you're melanated that you have my best interest at heart, and the white man is the enemy, but yet I step outside of my community, if I live in a melanated community, and I'm getting robbed by said melanated person, but overall, it's the white man. We don't truly know who the enemy is. We don't.
I think the true enemy is like you said before. We got to use our own consciousness, Brother Scotty, and it ends up being ourselves at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does. Because if you know self, you're going to know who has your best interest at heart. If you know self, you know who have your best interest at heart.
When you're being attacked.
Exactly.
I think Brother Antoine got his hand up.
Okay. Before I come to you, let me go to Brother Odell from the UK. I promise, nephew Antoine, I'm going to get to you. Okay, Brother Odell, come on, put something on it. Let's get back on the land. I've been waiting on you for a couple of weeks to bring it with the UK perspective. Peace and love, brother. Uh-oh, did he leave us? All right, Brother Odell, your line is unmuted.
All right, can I come through?
Yep.
You hearing me?
Yep, I can hear you, brother. Peace and love.
All right, peace and love to everybody. First up on the panel, I love this discussion. I love you a lot because you're on the right vibration. I tell you something now. This is all about a battle of consciousness with this advent of a question. I'm going to throw some stuff if I get the chance to do so. The sister's right. The sister who's speaking, Rhonda. In our communities, it's even similar here. This is why I know it's a mindset thing. It's definitely consciousness, a mindset thing. because even over here, even though the population over here say like it's 87, between 80 and 87% European, then you'll have say like, even if you say like 80% European, 10% like people from like Pakistan, like Asia, and then you've got like Eastern European about 5%. We're only over here, we're only about 3 to 4% of the population over here. And even in that 3 to 4% of the population, we're disproportionately represented in the prison system, we're disproportionately represented in terms of crime and all that kind of stuff, and gangsterism, all this kind of nonsense. The same mindset is still within our people affected, even over here, which shows, and I agree where the sister's coming from, which shows it's a mindset thing, because even over here, like what you're dealing with over there, our people are still afflicted with the same kind of issues with poor communities. The cohesion is still not there. It's all about divide and rule. And yes, to some degree, I agree with you in terms of Planned Parenthood and the stuff that is done to us in terms of how what has been perpetuated. I agree with that. There's an outside influence, but we're at a point now, especially with this advent of Aquarius, where as people, if our energy is right now, vibration's right, just having this panel, having this conversation shows that we're not all the same. We're not all the same, because it's clear that some of us get what's really going on and we're totally aware of it. And you've got someone walking around there like complete zombies and have no idea. So it's definitely an energy thing, and it's definitely a consciousness vibrational thing, and a mindset thing. And that means that we as people have to take responsibility, first of all, almost for ourselves, and then individually around each other. And that means you have to build with the same people with a similar mindset, because like Rhonda said, not all people, we could be all melanin, but we're not all the same, because consciousness is not about tones and skin color. It's about the soul and your soul's development on 3D Earth, height, width, depth, and obviously ether being using now. Fourth dimension, obviously beyond that, if you raise vibrations high enough, plasma, which is fifth dimensional consciousness, which is where we're heading in terms of this advent of Aquarius, which is why they're so desperate at the moment to have everybody vaccinated, because they're trying to decouple the souls of humanity, which is going to fail, because I know for a fact everybody on this planet ain't taking that pork from. They're not taking the pork. So I know full well it's definitely a consciousness, because I know for a fact you ain't done that. So I know 100% here, no matter what anybody says, it's about vibrations and energy, about us knowing where we go, knowing who we are, knowing where we're going. And a lot of you already know that here. And that percentage in the population, yeah, it's obviously it's rising, but you know, as far as I can see, as it stands right now, that it's only going to be a handful of us that know this truth, and this is what they're trying to crush. It's like Sophia Stewart in the Matrix. She's showing the journey of our people in terms of this particular juncture where we are right now. She said that on a couple of occasions when I've listened to her interviews. Now for me directly, it's a case of we've got the people that know what's going on, because you lot are all here, and I can clearly see where you lot are all at. And there's some people I know here on that similar vibration, but it's how we apply that knowledge and how we use it fundamentally to remove to stop these outside who are unduly influencing humanity. And that's due to the mental mud flood, which I might even cover tonight, because I've got some of that stuff, the mental mud flood that happened to us. And that's been done because of beings on and off world. That's to do with the Vatican, which is why I mentioned Unum Sanctum specifically. And yet there is outside influences that are far, far bigger than us. But even though that's happening, we're still here with this level of consciousness, knowing all this stuff anyway. So that shows that this our side's being backed up because of our level of consciousness and the things that we're talking on. And we know that. And I think one of the brothers said maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, he mentioned something about, well, I don't care what previous people have done. I, as a living man, I'm not going to be in the contracting. I am not going to be negotiating with these people. So that fundamentally is the issue of where we need to be at. Everything rests on free will and an issue of contract and consent. And this is something we've been doing even over here, even with the police when we interact with them. It's about not getting under that Cestui Que Vie Act, which I want to touch anyway.
Yeah.
And dealing with the legal fiction issues, because as soon as you've got the consciousness there and you're not contracting with them, we've seen that their whole thing crumbles from. It totally crumbles. So I'll stop there because I can see the sister wants to say something, but we're on point here. I agree with you completely.
No, you're right on point. I'm just listening. I know you wanted to go into, you had something regarding the land. I think the last time we spoke, you said, because I asked you, I'm assuming that the same thing went on in Britain as far as stealing the land from the indigenous people and rolling it under trust and under corporations. So is that something you wanted to go over tonight? And did you need to share a screen to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me let me try to figure out how the hell I share the screen. I think I need to give you control. Let's see more. Yep. Asked to start a video. Okay. All right, so got you to start a video.
Right, hopefully it'll allow me to do it, because if I can. Oh yeah, you've got to participate screen sharing, so that's what you've got to let me do.
Oh, okay, so got you. Yep. All right, so participate, can
It
share
should say
at a
something
time.
like share content.
I have one participant can share at a time. I don't want the multiple participant. What's the advanced sharing options? Okay, so let me just share screen. But that's like for me.
No, it should be one participant. The one where it says one participant can share at a time.
Okay, so that's
and then
already
that should
on.
allow. And then you got to stop your share screen.
Okay, I don't have mine on.
All right.
Okay, so he should be able to try now.
All right, he said host has disabled participant sharing, so it's something the host has to do. I think that's Rhonda. She has to allow me to do it. So if it's got to be in your settings somewhere where it allows you to do it, because I've got some good stuff to share with you. You'll find it intriguing, actually.
Allow participant. No. Damn it.
I think if you make me the host, Auntie, I could.
Yeah, I can do it. She's done it. Rhonda's done it. I've got it.
She got
Okay,
it.
good.
Perfect.
Okay, and then I'm gonna have to, once you put the content up, I'll get it to you all YouTube. So let Brother Odell. I've been waiting for this. I'm like, where Brother Odell at? I want that tea.
Okay, I'll start with something that we mentioned tonight. I'm gonna just share this is one thing I'll share initially to start us off with. Just because we mentioned it earlier on, we mentioned it earlier on. Hopefully it'll do this straight away and we won't have a problem.
Okay.
So can you see that in front of you? Is it wait, it's not
I don't
up yet.
see it. Are you sharing?
I've started. It'll come up in a second.
Okay, it's coming up. Okay. So let me get ready to share for YouTube. Okay. Hold on a sec. Let me bring back up my other thing. Doggone it.
You got lines on your screen right now, Adele?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. Just a second.
Okay. We'll wait for you to get it up. Yeah, because we don't see it.
All right, can you see it now?
Yep, we see it, child. Let's get to it, baby. We've been waiting.
All right.
Oh,
so
yeah.
This is what was hopefully it'll stay where I need it to stay without it doing this, because
yeah, because you got a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah. I just want to read this particular part because of what mentioned earlier on, because this is specific. So you can see here, so the Papal Bulls stuff, because this is one of the things that I got mentioned when we was in the chat. This is why I came on specifically, because this is one of the this is not the full text, but this is part of the text of the actual Papal Bull. So it's issued as can you see that in front of you, by the way, before I start speaking?
Yeah, we see it, brother.
Yeah, absolute original law for the eternity and cannot be rescinded unless it contradicts a previous Papal Bull. And every Papal Bull is deliberately and conscious curse. Remember, curse, magi, because using the black arts against us. It's all our science anyway, because it was masonry, still the study of mother and son. It's all our science. It's just stuff that we had that they're now using against us. But we'll get on that later. Of ancient scripture and sacred. Sorry. Could
you make that full screen by chance?
I got it. I just did. I got it. I
can. Just give me a second. If you just
on his side, it's actually on his side.
Oh, it's on his side. Okay.
Yeah. I should be able to do that. Just give me a sec if it'll let me do it. On this current slide, if it makes it a bit bigger, give it a second, might do it.
Sorry, but don't make your vibe.
I'll do it a second. Just give it a sec while it's doing that. Right, can you see it now?
It's full screen. Yep. Okay.
All right. So this is key here. So remember, I've read the sacred text of divine creative wisdom. This is what they're thinking. Because remember, the Pope is vicarious. Vicarious is in place of, is a substitute, is a fraud. But let me get in on this. So we are obligated to maintain that the church is one, holy, and Catholic. It's also apostolic, and we believe in her. Remember, because the women was originally out there, Cashapp records. Remember, that's why it always says her, because everybody has to come through a womb to get here. So that shows you what's really going on in terms of procreation. And we confess in simplicity, outside her, there is neither salvation nor remission of sins, self-ignorant nonsense. Let's keep going. As a spouse on the Canticles, and remember that's from the text of the Heliotext of the Bible, proclaims, one is my dove, the perfect one. She's one and only, and the chosen one who bore her, and she represents one soul. Keep in mind the corporation stories. I'm going to get into it in a bit. Mystical body is the head of Christ, and Christ is God. Our governance, ordinance, departments. Because remember, in God we trust. They know what they were talking about in commerce, because of the Piscean construct, which is being pulled down, by the way. In her, then is one Lord, one faith, one baptism. That's key. That comes under. I'll get in on it in a second. One baptism, because that's the one where they're claiming your souls. Let me remember what it's called now. I need to remember what it's called. I'll get the paper book, because it might even be in this presentation. Furthermore, we declare and proclaim, and we define that it is absolutely necessary for the salvation of every human creature to be subject to the Roman pontiff. And this is what Unum Sanctum did. They created the first world trust that they're using right now against us right now. This is the one that they created. Okay, so this is the one for Pope Boniface 1302. So this is the one that they created to keep us where we're going now. This one getting on the Cestui Que Vie in a minute. So this is the one they created deliberately. This is to do with Romanus Pontifex. It's to do with Intercatera 1492. Now remember the other one, Romanus Pontifex. That's it. Attorney Regis registers because of the birth certificate. So Attorney Regis, that's the one 1481. I can quote them all because I know them. But all these papal bulls are a result of this one here, and then the other ones have perpetuated the problems we've got today. Although I think it's more recent than previous due to some other work that I've been doing. Now, this is for the Federal Reserve System, but it's not that one to show you. This is important because that's what we're still using now. The Depository Trust Company. That's what's still messing us up right now. That's the one that you've got over there that they're still holding on to the birth certificates. All the assets are being transferred. I'm not going to read that one. It's just, I'm going to just show it. So that's the one where they transferred all the stocks. The Vatican have got all your stocks and the birth certificates. This is the one they're doing it through. And again, this is to do with the Clearfield doctrine and stuff. I'm just going to show it brief because I want to get into.
I was going to say, just read that one slide back over. I was kind of.
Yeah, because to be honest, brother, that first slide, that very first slide, it tells us what curse this whole thing was put up under. It literally gives you the entity. That very first paragraph, I was like, where's it? And
this is because what happened in our country. This is what we're getting on in our country. This something happened before here. So they had the Papal Bull on the Sanctum, but something allowed them to do that before them, because over here we had the Magna Carta. But what people don't realize, and I think I've got it on here. Yes, it's here. I've got it. It's here. This is what I wanted to show you. This is the key thing. This is here. So this is what happened, because this is to do with what happened with the Knights Templars and what happened in the 12 and 11 and 1000s with William the Conqueror. This is what I wanted to get in on, because this is why the Vatican's got the key to the earth. This is why that's why I'm showing all the pictures, as you can see on this slide. This is key what's over here now, because you had three simple absolute titles over there. Over there we have what's called lordial title. Yeah. Okay. So that's in 1066. The people of England held lordial title to their land. Not even a king could take the land for not paying a tithe. William the Conqueror in 1066 came and stole the king's title. Remember the titles, you missed, you misses, non-de-gears, I'll get on that in a sec. And took the land of the people from William the First, 1066, to King John, 1099. This is the key one here. 1109. England, not the United Kingdom PLC. Remember, England was in dire straits and was bankrupt because they were using gold and silver back then. But let me keep going. The king informed the law of mortmain. Look that one up. I'll give it to you anyway. I've got it. The law of mortmain, the dead man's hand, so that the people couldn't pass their land onto the church or anyone else without the king's permission. Modern day probate. Hence why your state's going to probate to this day. Keep going. It gets more interesting. I'll let you speak in a second. I just want to get this last bit out.
Nope, I'm good. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Without mortmain, the king would lose the land he controlled. The Vatican didn't like that. because the king owed lots of pounds, gold, because it's high consciousness. Remember, the gold represents high consciousness to the sun. It's all linked into the cosmology of how things work. King John refused to accept the Vatican's representative, Stephen Langton, whom the Pope had installed, keep in mind, trust law, to rule England. Religious. In 1208, England was placed under interdict. Interdict means probation. Keep going. I'm nearly done. I'm going to let you drop in a second. This is key here because this is how they set up Unum Sanctum now. 1213, and the contract, remember what you've been talking about, sister? The contract called the Treaty of Verona. King John, as most kings tried to no avail to establish what William the Conqueror did, a dictatorship. Remember what I read previously? This seems to be the model to follow, and William set a precedent that all kings and queens would try to follow, or at least they would try to push the boundaries further set out in the doctrine written by the Church of Rome. The Pope's main goal was to try to control all the lands, which is right, of the world under the doctrine that he is the vicar of Christ. This is key here, right? Using the myth of Jesus Christ, because I know about this, but I'm not getting on that right now, because that whole thing was about the three kings that came here. Yeshua. I've done a whole talk on this, but this Mason wild out in my talking. I don't think I put it up at the moment, but I did a whole talk about the original three kings. This gets back to the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD when they first set up the corporations. I've done that in one of these talks that I've got up, but it's just not on this one.
It wasn't just the Bible.
I talk about that later when I get a chance, but let's keep going. Placing him at the top of the chain, and by using this myth to his and who serves benefit, he will proclaim, this is where Unum Sanctum comes in, that he was the owner of all lands on behalf of Jesus until such time that Jesus will return and he will supposedly be handed back to him. This is what we're dealing with right now. Contained within this every breathing creature, including us, basically in servitude, this when we get to Cestui Que Vie in a minute, to his wishes and all his commands. This was done through the legal system called canon law. Boom. The law of contracting that works through fiction, birth certificates, surety bonds, wink, wink. Remember I talked about the Depository Trust Company? As itself is only the fiction to set the stage. We have the Pope at the top of the chain, supposedly owning all land and everything upon it, and canon law as the script, the Heliotext, the Biblos Heliotext, the Bible, basic instruction before leaving Earth for the play and the principles to the script to be that the principles of religion contribute most powerfully to keep the nations in the passive state of obedience, including their kings and queens. In being the vicar of Christ, the number one law is used at first is the fear of God, governance, order, departments. I'll stop there and let people comment, but I'm not done yet. But go ahead.
You should not stop. You should
no, we don't want you to stop. Come on, keep bringing it.
You don't know what you just did. Just continue.
Exactly. This is huge.
So this is what led in this country where I am now to what, and when the treaty of contract was signed, King John had what's called the vassals and the original titles, the lordly titles, and they were converted into what's called vassals or vessels. And those vassals is what they then led to Unum Sanctum. And that's where that's where we're at the moment. And that's where it was allowed to, that's why I've got it afterwards in terms of this. Now, you lot was affected slightly different because yours, it didn't get to you lot until the Cestui Que Vie Act came. And I want to talk about that Cestui Que Vie Act first before I move on to anything else, because I'm going to move on to it here just because I'm going to show it now. A little share it in a second, just my screenshot.
Okay.
So
no worries.
In this country.
Okay, what you say, new one?
I'm gonna call it for you.
I'm gonna call it. His slides. I'm trying to read through them as quickly as he's flipping them.
I know.
No. It's okay. I'm gonna slow down again now.
He got some bomb stuff in there. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is the term. So it's the Cestui Que Vie Trust. This is what Unum Sanctum set up, right? And in this country, this is what happened. So in 1802, they set up the Unum Sanctum, and then what's happened is due to what's called the Protestant stancing against the Catholic Church, the Protestants, okay, because of what happened in Unum Sanctum, we were in this country, they were fighting the Vatican, and this is what happened. So they've been fighting the Vatican through the 12s, 13 and 1400s up until now, and I think it's up until this, because I think I'm gonna give you the actual dates because I've got the dates. They're actually here. So the Cestui Que Trust, also known several pseudonyms as a term of life or pure atri or a fiduciary or foreign situs trust or secret trust. A pseudo form of trust. This is what you've been talking about tonight. A pseudo form of trust first formed in the 16th century under Henry VIII of England, or one or more presumptions, including but not limited to one or more persons, fictions, presumed wards. Remember what you said earlier on, sister? Infants, idiots, or listen, lost or abandoned at sea. This is to do with the Piscean construct that's coming down right now as we speak, and therefore presumed dead after 7 years.
Yeah.
Additional presumptions by which a trust may be legally formed were added in later statutes, including bankruptcy, incapacity, mortgages or dead pledges. Mortgage is a dead pledge, and private companies. Remember what you've all been talking about, but this gets better. The first Cestui Que Vie trust were formed through an act with Henry VIII in England. This is key here, in 1540, and later wholly corrupted, whereby the poor people of England, after having all their homes, goods, and land and wealth seized in 1535, under the guise of small religious estates, under £200 were granted the welfare and commonwealth of benefit of a Cestui Que Vie Cestui Que trust, used simply an estate to which to live and work and are bequeathed by wit and will. This is key now. This is where it gets better.
So before you go on, just real quick, before you go on, just to make sure that we translate this for the people, they are saying that they basically confiscated the people's land and put it in a trust.
In 1540.
Right?
Yes.
And they are supposedly managing this trust under an estate. But now the people had to turn around and work on their own land that was said seized and live.
Yep. Correct. That's exactly correct. Spot on. Anything else you want to ask me?
No. Go ahead, brother.
That is because you've lost that right to live on your land as a free human being, because you're now claiming dead fiction, which is the corporate name that they give you. That's why you.
Yeah, I'm going to get in on that. Yep. I'm going to get in on that. This is where it gets better. You spot on.
Slide, sir. Continue. Or next paragraph, whatever you're doing. Go on. Continue.
Yeah. Spot on. It's spot on. So this is this Great Five London issue that they keep teaching over here, which is, I know, is a whole load of nonsense. So in 1666, Westminster, because I'm not calling it Westminster, Westminster and the ruling classes passed the infamous Proof of Life Act, also called the Cestui Que Vie Act, whereby the poor and disenfranchised that had not proven to Westminster and the courts that we were alive were henceforth to be declared dead in law, civilia mortuus, and therefore lost and abandoned, and their property, birth certificates, estates, wink, wink, you spot on here, to be managed in their absence. Yep. The supremely immoral and repugnant act, which remains in force to this day, is the birth of Monday and the infamous occult rituals in the British courts in wearing the black robes and other paraphernalia in honoring the dead. So I'll stop there and let the brother say what he's saying. So that is what you're saying, and that's exactly what you were just saying. That's how it was done.
So it was done in 1540, and they've basically taken the human individual and put you into a trust, a SQ trust, and you're now living out your life to benefit that trust.
AKA the birth of the paper, of the straw man.
Yeah, that's right.
But this started over in England, right?
Correct. And I'm going to show you how it got over to you lot in a minute. When
you baby, this is fire. Go ahead on, Brother Odell.
That was the testing grounds.
Yeah, that's why we got it over here first, and then it came over there. So I'm going to show you now. This is why people don't realize what's been going on, because
they're getting themselves planted. They're coming from somewhere with this. Remember, they're taking over England with this. So it's back in the Pope had this already figured out. He's taking over with this edict.
They're coming from Africa.
They're going to come over with the edict and say it's the Virginia Company but it's actually feeding the Pope through this edict.
Correct. That's right. Yeah. This is why I wanted to show you the structure, because then you get why they're going to blame everybody else, but actually the Vatican started this whole thing off with 1213. This is why I want to show the 1213 stuff, because everybody talks about England being the original common law country. It was, but it's not England. It's UK PLC now. Why? Because the Vatican own it through the City of London Corporation. This is what people not realizing, and that's corporation. All this thing that's set up over here was what was perpetrated to you lot over there.
Exactly.
And this is what you're dealing with this now, but I'm going to show you how it's enforced in terms of how the force.
Okay, so before you do that, Odell, because this is fire. This backs up what I was telling y'all when we was going over the California stuff in 1707, when I'm going to start calling it Westminster from now on, under Queen Anne, extended the provisions of proof of life and the trust, extending the use of such structures ultimately for whom? For who? Corporate and other franchise purposes. This wicked, profane, and completely sacrilegious act in direct defiance to all forms of Christian morals and rule of law has remained a cornerstone of global banking and financial control to the 21st century. So I didn't know if you was going to go over that, but continue, right, brother.
Keep him honest, Auntie. Keep him honest.
All right. So
we told y'all.
Now you've seen the, yeah. So now I wanted to get in. So this is what happens here. Now, these I wanted to touch an aspect of this because it's relevant. We've got the first act, the second act, and the third act there in 1740. But I want to that's for global banking here. I mean, I'll just touch the third one briefly because I want to get into where it's relevant to you lot, because we've got the basic stuff's out of the way, but the third one is in. Yeah. And it's got the third act outlining as an operation of the Cestui Que Vie, only hidden this time is estate, because everything's after your estate, was in 1740 under George, whereby one who was not knowledgeable of the Cestui Que Vie slavery system could, between the ages of 18 and 20, seek to recover such property under the Cestui Que Vie and cease to be a slave. This is what they're pushing here. However, the same act made law that after 20 years, the remedy for such recovery was no longer available. And remember, see what they're doing to us still. Despite the fact that the existence of the Cestui Que Vie Trust is denied by Westminster and the banks, the Bank of England is owned by the Vatican, I'll get on that later on, are a slow light and obstruct to hide all cost of existence of the foundation of the global banking slavery. And this is what the sister just been saying, and that's what's set up in the third one. And I mainly want to get into why it's relevant to the states, because you on here it mentions there's certain statutes that are relevant that I'm going to find, not the trust corpus. I mean, it's got all the dates in here, but it's not that one. This is it. It's here. So this has got the act. So over here it's got that. So over here we've got obviously the 1666. In Ireland they did it in 1651 to 1652 with the Settlement Act. Then you've got the Emergency Powers Act of 1861, and you've got the 1931, the Emergency Relief Act. Now this is in England, but in England as well. Now some of these, you've got the Patriot Act of 2001, and then you've got the stuff for the states here. So you've got the District of Columbia 1871 here, the 1941 Land Lease Act, and the Act of Settlement of 1662. So all these are in Ireland and in the States and in this country. So all these here are all relevant to how they've issued it then over there, because that came after what happened here. And so they've been perpetuating this system here over there through what I've shown you here, through the Emergency Powers Act, through the Act of Settlements, obviously the Patriot Act, as you all already know, and you've got the District of Columbia, which you already know, 1871, and obviously the Land Lease Act. Now this is key. I'm going to just talk about this just briefly, unless somebody wants to add something in.
No, go ahead, continue.
Just for real quick clarification. So like 1861, the Emergency Power Act, that's the states, right?
Yeah.
1931 emergency relief, that's the states, right?
Yep.
Okay, now we know the Patriot Act. Do y'all see what, child, this stuff is, baby, this stuff is so deep. Do y'all understand? So my question to you, brother, why do they keep issuing these different acts at different times? What do you think they are? Why do they keep doing that?
This is why I'm gonna have to get into the cosmological stuff. I'll get in on it later.
Okay, probably
it's all the Pisces
ages.
construct. Yes,
the ages. Okay, I'm feeling you. So wouldn't that mean that the start of the Aquarian age, leaving up out of the Pisces age?
Yeah, we're gonna get in on it.
Boom!
Yeah.
But we be knowing what we talking about. We told y'all this stuff is connected. We told y'all.
Brother Odell. Would you already say that the new order has already happened then in that sense from the Vatican standpoint? Because he's already
it been already happened.
Yeah. So they're just talking about it as if it's something new about to happen, but it's been done happened.
Yeah, they've already pre-planned it. It's all been pre-planned. I'm going to show you the alignments. I'm going to show you stuff that they're following the script of the age of revealing, it's the age of revelation. Now, I did a talk on this, but this Mason wild out at my talk, and they had to ring an ambulance for him because I was way above, not just way above his pay grade. That lets me know that they only let their people know so much information.
Okay.
Whereas I'm getting them on a much higher level. Yeah.
One thing before you keep going, brother, while you guys were saying that, I went and looked up the etymology of act, and it says event, thing that's done. So it's like what you just said. It's already been done. They're just letting you know after the fact.
Exactly. Oh, so that's what it is. Go ahead. Is the receipt of it already being done, even though we're thinking it's coming into law, it's coming into act. No, as you just said, it's the receipt.
The receipt. Of it. Yep. It's their records.
Yeah, because the Papal Bull of this is why I showed you 1213 with the Treaty of Verona. Yeah, exactly. Because once Unum Sanctum was done, the Pope already declared everybody over the earth. That's why I read Unum Sanctum. That's why I read it. Because from that point onwards, everybody was under what? As every human creature is subject to the Roman Pontiff. That's why I keep quoting it.
It's like theater. Different scripts, theaters.
And only after what Roman prince dropped dead, and then that's when the Vatican took over. King. Give me a second, y'all keep talking. I'll figure that out in a second. Someone died in the Roman lineage, and after he died, everyone basically had their own domination over their own kingdom. It was no longer under the Roman Empire anymore. So this is probably where the Vatican now took claim over everything because Rome didn't have control over it anymore.
No, this is and he's right because this is what happened with Justinian and them. I've got it in the talk that's in this when I talk about the history of corporations and the Publicani. I've got it. I'll show you where I've got some of it. But I just want to I don't want to deviate too much just because obviously like we're speaking about things and it's quite interesting. You're bringing that up. The history of corporations is key, and I'm going to talk about that if I get chance. Depends on where we go. Depends on where you want to go because I've got quite a few bits and pieces, so it depends on where we go. Will depend on where we go. But yeah, the historical or his story is a story, our story, a mystery to us, and it's my story. Our story is the real stuff. He's giving us his story. It's all in the wording because again, with people don't talk about it, but the words in this country, we've got the English language obviously over here because we're from England, and again, capitis maxima and capitis diminutia is the issue, and the language is through the Chicago Manual of Styles is because they've capitalized everything through Unum Sanctum and stuff like that, and obviously I'm showing you here the Cestui Que Vie Act, that all the fictional stuff is the ecclesiastical illusion that the popes put over the earth. So therefore, it's always a battle of consciousness. This is why I get back to where Rhonda is coming from. The sister is right. This is a battle of consciousness because all their thing is a crock of fraud, but people don't realize it. It's an illusion. All this I'm showing them now is an illusion. But unless people know what they've tried to perpetuate through mind control, this is why I want to get into some of the more cosmological stuff of how they're doing that, because it's all the metaphysical stuff that I like, because it's that stuff that matters. Yeah. This is why even on here, like I said, since 1591, there has been a series of Cestui Que Vie estates concerning property of the soul. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And ecclesiastical rights, which migrated to the United States for administration, which is why Donald Trump and Joe Biden call themselves administrations, because they're administering estates.
Boom.
People are clueless to this, fam.
Boom. Yep. And who's benefiting from that? Who's benefiting from the estate, brother?
Vatican. See, that's why I told you. That's why I showed you the depository trust company. I don't know if I've got it in this talk, but I don't know if I've got it in this particular side, but I'll show you. I've traced it back to the Vatican, and I'll show you how it's done. It might have been a Clearfield Doctrine talk. The reason why I don't want to jump too much is because obviously I'm showing the stuff that they've done, because it shows you where to get the information from. Because what this is showing you is where they've hidden the stuff that's allowing them to perpetuate this fraud that they're doing. This is all come from all this stuff with the Red Shield, that even in 1815, the bankruptcy of the Crown and the Bank of England by the Red Shields, the Vatican's trustee, what's it called? The Banco di Spirito, the Vatican's guardian bank that they run, the Vatican's guardian bank, it's called the Banco di Spirito, because again, it's all concerning the mortality of the soul, because everything is about the living souls down here, because it's all about energy. The first time the Cestui Que Vie Trust in the United Kingdom, remember, not England, United Kingdom PLC, so there's a difference here.
Right.
Became assets placed in private banks, not public, private. Everything is not public, everything is private. Effectively becoming private trust, and the Fire Commissioner Trust administered, Joe Biden's administration, remember, by commissioners or guardians, which is what the Red Shields do. They're the guardians of the Banco di Spirito. From 1835, the Wills Act, these private trusts have been considered secret trusts whose existence does not need to be divulged.
I'm sure they don't.
No, they don't. But we're finding it all out because we went and found it all out because we've been talking about this and you've been mentioning it even on your shows tonight. So here we go. This is key. I'm going to read one or two more things and then I want to get in on some of the stuff you were talking about earlier. So from keep in mind in 1930 what happened with Woodrow Wilson off Jekyll Island, and then keep in mind what's going on now.
We got you.
Sorry, go on, sister. Go ahead.
No. I said we with you, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. Since 1718, with the enactment of the Sedition Act and the Trading with the Enemy Act in the this is key here, in the United States and through the United Kingdom, here I'm reading, the citizens' birth certificate property, the citizens of the Commonwealth and the United States became effectively enemies of the state or enemies of the estate. Aliens, which in turn converted the Fire Commissioner private secret trust to foreign citrus trust of the private international trust. Here we go. This is where it gets better now. This is what they've been doing with Frank and Dale Roosevelt. They've been asked for the War Powers Act with what he did when they had a bank holiday, when they were transferring the gold to England, they transferred the gold over here because they were stealing all the stuff from over there because of what happened. But let me keep going. In 1931, the Roman cult, also known as the Vatican, created, and this is key, this is what they're doing in the Depository Company. The Vatican created the Bank for International Settlement. Your birth certificate is a settlement certificate. Bank of International Settlements for the control of claimed property of associated private central banks around the world. Upon deliberately bankrupting most of the country, private central banks were installed as administrators. Joe Biden administration. And the global Cestui Que Foreign Citrus Trust System was implemented from 1933 onwards. I'll drop the bomb there and I'll let you say what you wanted to say. Go ahead.
Boom! I can't bring it up. Go ahead, child. Put something on it, child.
Right, so this is what's going on in hospitals. This is key now. This is key because I tell this to lots of people, and any woman, particularly women on this call, particularly women, you'll see this if you've had children. Okay, let's keep going. Since 1933, when a child is born, not birthed, in the state or estate, under inferior Roman law, the three Cestui Que Vie trusts were created upon certain presumptions, specifically designed to deny the child forever any rights to real property, lordal title, remember what I've said, rights as a free person, and rights to be known, and this is key here, rights to be known as a man or woman rather than a creature or animal by claiming possession of the soul or the spirit. Remember I talked about this, and this under ecclesiastical seed. Come on, you should know this one. It's unum sanctum they did, and what's the one way to do it to claim the soul? Come on, I need to remember the name of it. It's a Latin term, I'll think of it in a second. I'll just read this bit first. Since 1933, upon a new child being born, the executors or administrators of the higher estate willingly and knowingly convert the benefit entitlements of the child as beneficiary into the first Cestui Que Vie trust in the form of registry. Number by registering the name, thereby creating a corporate person, capitis maxima, and denying the child any rights as owner of real property. Man. Yep. Let's keep going. You're getting it.
It's commercial law. It's a law of the sea.
Yep, it's under the Piscean construct. That's right.
Maritime law.
Piscean construct, blend. Yeah, Piscean construct. That's right. Keep going.
Maritime law. Go ahead.
Since 1933, when a child is born, the executors or administrators of the higher estate knowingly and willingly claim the baby as chattel to the estate. The slave baby contract is then created by honoring, and this is what the women will have seen, honoring the ancient tradition of either having the ink impression of the feet of the baby onto the live birth record or a drop of its blood. This is one that you see, as well as tricking the parents, paying rent, to signing the baby away through the deceitful legal means of the live birth record. This live birth record, as a promissory note, is converted into a slave bond and sold to the private reserve bank, Federal Reserve Bank of England, wink, wink, I'm dropping the hint,
right.
of the estate, and then conveyed into the second separate Cestui Que Vie trust per child, owned by the bank upon the promissory note reaching maturity, and the bank, this is key here, the bank being unable to seize the slave child, a maritime lien, Piscean construct. A maritime lien is lawfully issued as salvage, and the lost property as monetized, settlement certificate, birth certificate, monetized as currency issued against the Cestui Que Vie trust. And I'll stop there because that gets dropped where it needs to do. But go ahead.
Boom. So do y'all get what he's saying? Do you understand how currency is created?
We are the currency, bro. Exactly. We're backing it.
Exactly.
The birth of our mother, the flow, and then she's birthed in the waters or separate.
But do you understand that what he's giving you all to the game, it goes beyond deeper than this paperwork contract game, because this is capturing of soul/energy.
Yes, thank you, sister. That's what I'm getting at.
So when we talk to y'all about contracts and not getting into any agreements and contracts with these folks, and when I specifically tell you, when you're signing these contracts, you better know what you're doing, because what you're not understanding, that you are signing contracts for an age. This is what we're talking about. So this is just another way to show you how they did it on paper.
Trust per child owned by the bank. That's ridiculous.
That's the paper side of it. The most important side that is keeping this whole realm together is your consciousness/energy/soul.
Yeah.
So when you're making these agreements, that's what you're trapping yourself into.
Yes, that's why I mentioned it. That's why I said here.
Currency.
Yes, exactly. That's why I said rights to be known as a man or woman rather than a creature. Listen, I'll read it again. I'm going to read this bit again. Rights to be known as a man or woman rather than a creature or animal by claiming and possessing their soul or spirit. That's why I said that word for word.
If you read the next paragraph, it explains it a lot easier. The Cestui Que Vie Trust, created since 1933, represents one of three crowns, representing the third claim of the property of the Roman cult, being real property, personal property, and ecclesiastical property.
Ecclesiastical, that's the key one. That's the soul one. Ecclesiastical. That's the one they're using against us. That's the main one. Ecclesiastical.
Three crowns that trust is representing. It's not okay. Say it like this: the Moors and all those people that are pushing paperwork, you're only pushing one of your properties that is claimed on that paperwork. But what you're really, as Auntie's saying, that's most important is the ecclesiastical property tied into the paperwork. Because I don't even know how that became.
Let's go property.
And the soul. Them black Europeans and that Jesus Christian and
exactly. That's trapping people, because when you take back your soul, all other stuff, it don't matter.
Give it to Christ. Remember, give it to Christ. Give it to Christ.
Right. And it didn't
render unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Exactly. Exactly. And you see, and denied of any rights to men and women other than those what? chosen as loyal members of the society and as executors and administrators. So when I tell you, you don't know who the real enemy is, I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Exactly, sister.
They have a loyal membership. It's not about your skin color. It's about who's been chosen.
Exactly.
To then be executive and administrators. So they're your bosses. They're not even your friends. Don't even look at them as your friends anymore, guys. Because they're your administrators and your executives.
Right, I'll do one more little bit, and I'm going to talk about something specific.
Child,
so
you
the brothers
bringing it.
So the three Cestui Que Vie trusts are the specific denial of rights of real property, personal property, and this is the key when I always come back to, and I'm going to use the proper term for this because this is a proper thing that I've got, and ecclesiastical property for most men and women corresponds to exactly three forms of law available. This is key. This gets back to what they did in the 1st century under Charlemagne and them, but I'm going to leave that just for now. Under the gala of the bar British Accreditation Registry, I'm going to call it what it is, association courts. The first form of law is corporate commercial law, is effective because of the first Cestui Que Vie trust. The second form of law is maritime law and trust law, is effective because of the second trust. And this is the key one. This is the one I want to read. And this one, I've got a proper term for it, and I'll bring it up in a second. The third form of law is Talmudic law or Roman codes law, is effective because of the first Cestui Que Vie trust of baptism. And that's the one that claims your soul. That's the key one that the sister keeps talking about. That's the one that struck me the most when I found it. That's
so they
the one.
baptize you into their law.
Correct.
That's why.
And that's the one. That's the key one, because that's the one that they're claiming everything
work right here, brother.
Ecclesiastical property to them.
You laid this out. So just to translate, just real quick to make sure we're clear, because I want you all to understand this and get this. That's why I be going off and telling you, you gotta rip it all open and think deeper. So he basically saying that the property is, which trust is that rolled under? That's under the first trust, right?
Yes, the first form of law is corporate commercial law, is effective because of the first trust. The second form of law is maritime and trust law, is effective because of the second trust. And the third form of law is Talmudic or Roman cult law, which is the canon one that I mentioned, law, is effective because of the first Cestui Que Vie trust of baptism. And that's the one that claims your soul. I'm going to read something specifically after that when you finish, sister, but go ahead.
No, that's all. I just wanted you to go back over it so everybody understand what he is really telling you is they got it from the physical realm side, monetary side, and then they got it from the spiritual side to trap you.
And I'll say this too. When
you're signing contracts when you're into these religions. I've been telling you all that for years. You are signing contracts.
When they came over here with the Pope, son of the Pope, when they came over here with the church to the missionaries, that's what I said. When they came over here with the missionaries, they were actually coming here to trap souls.
Absolutely.
That's unum sanctum.
That way,
absolutely.
That way, when they came over physically, your soul has already been trapped.
Because they trapped your mind with it.
The property and your real body now is mine. Because I've already got you elastically as a property.
Exactly. And when they're trapping you from each age, baby.
From the birth.
Yes.
26,000 something years.
I like the sister.
That's what they're trapping
I'm
you.
gonna talk about it.
Jesus is the Pisces age, baby.
Construct. That's why the Pope wears the fish hat. That's why I was showing the fish hat earlier on. It's a Pisces construct, blood, and that thing's going down right now. And they know it. This is why they try to get the vaccines, everybody, because they try to decouple the souls of humanity. Because when we send up,
because they want to initiate a new contract.
Sorry, sister, go ahead.
Exactly, they want to initiate a new contract. We've been telling y'all this. So that's why when I say I'm not repping Jose Nim, Jesus Nim, I don't want no parts of it. Allah Nim. I know what I am talking about.
And that's what I was going to say, too. They low-key show you that all of them is in cahoots with each other because the Talmud and the Catholicism together with the
well, it all rolls up to the Vatican.
Right.
The Vatican had to sanction all of those religions. They couldn't even exist without the Vatican giving it approval.
And I've got and sister, guess what? Because of the interfaith conferences that the Pope did I think it was last year. We did one in June and in I think he did one in September. I've been following all this stuff, so I'm like, you see, I'm up to speed.
Yeah.
They're trying to bring in a new world order through the religions, and they're trying to bring I call it. This is what I'm going to call it.
They're trying to do one world religion, right?
Aquarius. Yeah, give us a fake version of Aquarius. That's correct. And they're doing it with. They're going to bring a new world religion. They're going to put all the religions under one roof, under what I call a fake version of Aquarius. This is the age of the revealing or revelation.
Exactly.
And they've been signing all these contracts with all these religious leaders. I've got them all anyway. I've got them off the Vican's website. I've got them.
Exactly.
So I already see all this coming, but go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You done laid it out, honey. Baby, this is gold. Keep going, Brother Odell. You got it.
I got a question for you, Brother Odell. Or for anybody who might can answer. Have y'all heard of the Basque people? BASQUE.
That's right. That's Spanish. That's in Spain. That's where we used to rule in Spain, where they're all Moors. And Al-Andalus. That's what I say, where they're all Moors. Where Al-Andalus, that's in that region. That's correct. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you sure that that's our people? And the reason why I asked is because I went on an etymology hunt, and I looked up Vatican through the etymology dictionary, and it took me to a particular word, which was it was a place called, let me get it right, I don't want to say it wrong, Etruscan.
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 ETRI something or the other.
It almost puts you in the mindset of trust. ETRUS.
Yeah.
CAN.
Yep. Same thing. Yep.
Etruscan. So it says basically.
Don't they go back to
Latin,
Greece?
No. So if when you look up this Etruscan, then it leads you to the word Basque. And I remember someone inviting me to something. It was called a Basque fry. And it was a bunch of elite people there. And I was like, what the hell? I'm not trying to go to that shit. But I guess they secretly identify themselves as being Basque. Which will connect them to
that's supposed to be a set apart bloodline, them Basque people.
Yeah, because I thought that they said, and Brother Odell, this is where we would need your help. I thought they said that the Basque were the original inhabitants. I can't remember exactly in Europe. I want to say somewhere.
It's in the region of Europe. It's near Barcelona. They're fighting for separatism now. The Basque group called ETA. It stems from when we was there, when it was Al-Andalus. This is why I mentioned it earlier, because when we was there, we had all that land over there. I mean, we are a global people, period. This is why we have to stop all this divide and rule and all this nonsense, because before they even was here, we still had, when I'm talking about Pangean, we get back into ancient Lemurian. They weren't even here back then. It was just the sisters and us. It was just us. And to be honest with the female, I'm talking 950 billion years ago. I've got some galactic history stuff that I get on with. The sisters, that's why I said the sisters were the first ones down here. Okay, I know this because this is why everybody comes to a womb to Stargate to get here. That's still, nature shows you what's going on. You just need to look at yourselves. It's right there. And then they brought through the feminine energy was first, and then they brought through the masculine, and then that's how we have Maya or balance. So both things existed previously, but physically down in terms of 3D Earth, the women were the first down here, and then the birth through the men. That's how it worked, because it still goes on like that to this day. In terms of how this particular part of the cosmos works. You've got different cosmoses that work differently, but in this particular cosmos that we're in, the female energy, sexual energy spins the planets. This is why everything goes through the women. That's why you carry the records, fam. You get me? I know how it all work. You get me? I'm not sleeping. Right. You get me? I get it all.
So somebody, the British couch sitter, peace and love, British couch sitter, I love your name, says that the Etruscans, the Basques, the Talmuds, are the same bloodlines. And then somebody else said, J31, I can't read the other, I think it's RO, said the Etruscans and Russians.
Yeah, I mean, I just get back to the point of when it was when Europa, Princess Europe, and this is what Delbert Blaze talk about as well. He was an amazing guy.
Yeah, he was.
When Europe was like us, when it was because Europa is named after a melanated princess. That's what it comes from Europa.
Exactly.
It wasn't anywhere. And I've got stuff where I can show Moorish heads on it and everything. I've got that, and even the Vatican are using our stuff. Right. Each region was when it was all us back then. I'm talking about when it was ancient Tartaria and it was the Phoenicians, and it was. I mean, I'll even show you because I've got some. Just 1 minute. I'll even pull it up. Let me just find if I can.
Okay, yeah, you could go on and show the proof because you know we got to keep showing this same proof to people that the melanated folks were over in Europe first. Yeah, if you got it handy, pull it up. But make no mistake about it, we still want to get back to this tea that you giving us on this trust stuff. Because, baby, this is gold.
Right. So, look, so this is our stuff. I just did this. I did this talk a while ago when I was thinking. So, we was advanced civilization in Lemuria. Okay. This is all the religious stuff. It's all our thing, blood. It's all our thing, blood. We had the whole thing on lock, blood. Real talk. Yeah. We had the ocean civilization. But we knew it was cosmological in its original origin. Not all this literal stuff that we're dealing with now. We was dealing with the principles back then. And the principles get back to the cosmological level of everything where we knew what was really happening in terms of us being in touch with the universe. We knew all this stuff. What they're dealing with is now is all this hogwash. That's all the Vatican stuff. That's all the nonsense they brought recently after the mental mud flood when we got taken out. This is why I talk about the mud flood and the recent timeline. This is what I say. And you can see we was ruling everything. You can see Al-Andalus, the Basque region is here. The Basque region is here. This is Al-Andalus there. The Basque region is there. We had the whole thing on lock.
The Basque region is.
We had the whole thing on lock, blood. We had the whole thing on lock, blood. The whole thing we had on lock, fam. Yeah? We did everything from a proper point of view. I'm only going brief here because I just want to show the fact that we was global, blood, as a civilization, right? And we dealt with the ancient principles with the sun and the moon and all this stuff. It was all our ancient civilizations. All this stuff is still existing now. We've got the ancient star forts here. All the stuff, that's why they don't let us go into the Grand Canyon, because we've got so much stuff there. If we saw where you are now with all the temples and pyramids and all the stuff that the US are hiding in the underground, fam, it would show all the stuff that we built. We built this thing, blood. They built nothing, fam.
There's one builder that built, or our primary builder that built everything in terms of the mindset. All the buildings are similar.
It's all those families.
Yeah, you could tell it was the same empire. You could just look at the architecture and see that.
So you can see even when the Grand Tatari, this is all us all over the world. So I've showed us here in Europe, but now we're over here, and you'll see that the same buildings, fam, and the same architecture.
Yeah, because it was the same empire.
We've had the mental mud flood. We built all this stuff, blood. I'm only going brief here because I could be here all night talking about this stuff. All the stuff, all the church cathedrals, all our stuff, but we built everything. We had all the starlights and everything. We did everything here. It was all us. We did all the ancient universities and stuff. It was all us, blood. We built all these buildings, fam. It was all built by us, blood. We're all masters, and we built all this stuff, blood. That you see, all these ancient, blood. It's all our thing, blood. It's none of their stuff, blood. You can see it all. It's all our stuff. All these ancient, blood. It's all our thing, fam. I'm only going brief here. This gets back in because this is what they did when they came, and we had the mental mud flood. This is what they did. All the ancient societal stuff, they showed it what's called the world affairs. This is the stuff the ruling class, they're coming from that. This is their thing. All that stuff they were showing at all these buildings, and it was a great exhibition. This is our stuff that they were showing.
Yeah, and then that was part of the reset to re-educate
and this is why there's another reset now. They're trying to control the minds of the people. Here we go again. You can see it. There you go. You get me. I'm only just briefly showing there's all these world affairs, all the reset timelines. And this is all our stuff, fam. They're showing all our stuff that we did, fam. These are where all the events took place. And then eventually they shut them all down and they've hidden it all. But this is what I'm talking about. Is we're coming back to Christ consciousness down the Grand Feminine. This is the advent of a quest. This is to do with all the stuff I've been talking about. With the greater cycles, you get me? I only want to touch this brief because of what you were saying earlier. We can always do this another time and going on it heavily. But we was a global people across the board, fam. So that was just brief, you get me? I don't know.
So if you go back to the very first slide, I got to point something out. Oops, sorry.
All right, well said. Sorry, no, I can't.
You're going to have to come back on, too, because you still ain't done. So you're going to have to come back on as a guest. So go back to the very first slide. Yeah, I mean, not as a guest, your family. Go to the second one. Is this particular? No, where you was at, I apologize.
Sorry, there you go.
Yeah, slide 2 is what I meant. Is this the original crest?
Am I here?
Is this an original crest?
This is one of the crests. This is one of them. I found loads. This is one of the original ones because all the religions that we're dealing with now, that we knew those all cosmological in their origin because we was an advanced civilization. So we used it for cosmological principles. But when the Vatican got all the stuff, we had the mental mud flood, they've corporatized it all and turned it all into the nonsense that we're dealing with today. But it still has its principles in cosmological in its origin.
Right.
I did another talk on this where I talk about this stuff as well.
Right,
It's
I
just not on this
understand
one.
that, but you see that symbol at the end, right?
The compass and the
Yeah.
gears are.
Uh-huh.
The next slide, I think, explains that. Go to the third slide, please.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is what I'm
that's
saying.
Masonic, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's right. Mother and son, masonry, mother and son.
Right. So
it's the cosmological principles that we dealt with.
I am master.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing.
Right. Uh-huh. But all of this is still a system. It was one empire. It was a system.
Yes.
And they were all still fighting each other, and folks got overtook, and oh, child. Yeah.
Hey, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, in the original system, when we had that, we weren't having all this nonsense. We dealt with the principle properly because we weren't dealing with all the stuff they're doing.
I still say it was hijacked, though, brother. That's what we differ, and that's okay. That's okay. But it was still a hijack because even with those folks setting themselves up as the knowledge holders and all of that jazz, they still took it from the indigenous people.
Yes.
Ain't nobody. I did not ask you, Moors, Mers. I didn't ask you to manage anything for us. You all set that stuff up and got the warring and all of that. So that's the only thing I want to point out. The Moors literally hold all of those secrets, all of that jazz.
When we was original civilization, we didn't have no problems. In fact, that's
what they say, brother. I want to go farther back than that. If we go further back than that, we were still put under subjugation to go up under their system. Now, it ran smooth for however many thousands of years or whatever, but they still came as conquerors. And I ain't fencing to let that go. Because I ain't going back up under them and making no agreement with them either. They can go on somewhere. But I'm sorry, Brother Sean. Go ahead. I know you want to put something in on it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to not let you put something
Remember
in.
on your podcast when you had that sister and that white girl on the picture?
Yes.
With the tats on their face?
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
Let me find that picture, y'all. Woo! Shit, wait a minute. Wait.
That microphone.
Oh,
looking like Louis Vuitton.
Wait a minute, y'all. Damn, Brother Sean. Damn. Let me bring that picture up. And somebody asked me in the comments, is she a Moor? And I said, I don't know. Damn, what's the name of that picture? Hold on. They both were. Damn it. That's what, see, child, this stuff goes so deep. Brother Odell, this is excellent work. But see, the Moors hijacked. That's why I can't sit up here and be kumbaya with them, because they were the ones that took from the individual families and tribes. They came and took their stuff and colonized. They are the original colonizers. Now, although they set up a system that ran thousands and something of years or whatever, they are the conquering bloodline. And I'm not letting them get past that. No, I ain't letting it go. I'm calling it out as I see it.
Because we didn't have religion before them in that sense either.
No, that's why I talk about cosmological principles, because it is all everything's cosmological.
I mean, it's our stuff, They just really took our natural law and principles and they bundled it up and repackaged it to religion, which really is still underlining using the natural laws of the realm against us.
Facts.
That's what they did.
Because when we got all the, I think I got the Tatars here, their principles were built using the natural flow of the earth and the connection with the universe. That's why they were doing it. This is why I'm showing them, because we have many societies that weren't religious based. They were just cosmological based. They were just universally based. That's why I'm showing some of the different societies here. I mentioned some of them here who were very advanced, and they dealt with the principles. Not it wasn't from a religious point of view. Like here, they knew what they were doing. You know what I mean? They knew like the principle stuff. They weren't like religious in the origins, if you know what I mean. There was cosmological. What I wanted to show, yeah, go ahead.
No, you're right. I'm just saying the hijack was religion when they took that knowledge and they religiousized it.
Yeah.
So that's where it was.
Everything's cosmological. It's not religious. I agree.
Absolutely. Which the cosmology ties to the energy.
Like the sun.
That's right. That's why here I've got the stats. That's why here I've got it first.
Y'all keep going.
Yeah. I just wait until she finds the picture, because that's what I was talking about there. Because on this one talk, I've talked about the two zodiacs, and now we've been infiltrated. And the original one was based on cosmological principles, where the ones we're dealing with today is not. It's been messed up. That's why I'm talking about the reset timelines and the mud flood. That's why we mentioned it all, because we've been a bit of, like I said, we've been like the sister said, we've been a bit of a jam here because of what has been perpetuated to us. And we've been mentally mud flooded. That's why I always talk about, because before then we didn't have all that kind of nonsense which the sister just mentioned. We weren't dealing with all of that kind of nonsense at all. It was just based on the cosmological universal law, which is what we all originally came from. And we knew that back then, so we didn't have no division. There was no division because there's no need for any, because we knew that we dealt with the principle.
Could we then say then that would be the time when the incursion happened with these Anunnakis? Then, if we want to put it, we've had the free seedings. That you're getting back to the electric wars. We got interfered with. I agree with you. That's right. We've had like free seedings. Originally, when we first came here, that's why I talked about the 950 billion years ago when the female Yanas first came here. That's why I said what I said, because back then, this is why I mentioned it specifically. Back then, we were dealing with the cosmological principles. We weren't being interfered with. It's only a few billion years ago did the Anunnaki, the Draco, the Wesadats, the Wesadex, and the beings from Orion came here, and when we got interfered with, and this is why I don't even know if it's on this particular slide, but go ahead, brother. No, I think you're right, because as we're looking at, if we were at a timeline where we were harmoniously operating without religion, and now, as you said, the Moors are claiming to be the conquerors of the world, and they're banging religion, which means it came from somewhere, because, as I said, they're claiming land that didn't have religion. So, like I said, you got it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So I'm
okay, let me stop the share while she shares this picture. So go ahead.
Okay.
I kind of lost the full point, but basically is that at that point they're the conquerors, and we're using Anunnaki is made the difference. If they didn't bump into Mama Earth and brought their seed onto the earth and taught certain beings how to operate, and see, the Moors wouldn't have that knowledge that they did. They wouldn't have been the conquerors that they did.
Because remember, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, because remember, that's why I took the time again to go into this Anunnaki stuff, because they set up a priesthood. Right. And that priesthood is through bloodline. And so they were giving them the knowledge of natural law, the real science, in order to control the realms. Okay? So that bloodline went from the Sumerians to the Egyptians, to the Grecians, to the Romans, to the Black European royals.
Or even,
It's bloodline related. Okay? So I pulled up this picture. Damn, Brother Sean, you quick with it. And remember, I said in that podcast, I don't know what these symbols are. I said I know one is like the Third Reich sign, but that's really an ancient sign. That symbol is really representation of the electromagnetic field of the earth. Okay? Do you see the crescent moon on both their faces? I don't know, what's this, the 6-pointed star? But I think you're right. I think they represent the Moorish, both sides of the Moorish bloodline, Brother Sean. You got the melanated side and you got the Caucasian side.
You got fate stats back then too.
Huh?
They got face tats back then.
Yeah,
too.
but this was just a painting.
Yeah, I know it's a bit.
Yeah. So
2 females. Oh, they're the what do you call it? They would be where the seed would be laid through that bloodline.
Exactly.
And
This is
and the black side.
Sorry, go ahead, brother.
The yin and the yang.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's who's controlling. It's this particular bloodline. And that Moorish bloodline ties back to
Ivory and noir. Ebony and ivory.
Yeah. That's why I keep telling y'all can't base it on skin tone. You gotta base it on bloodline.
They're playing you both. With the pussy.
I keep telling y'all, you cannot base it on skin tone. You gotta base it on bloodline. And if you are not benefiting, if you are not a beneficiary of that trust where you getting some benefits, you ain't been assigned as no administrator or executor, you ain't in that bloodline.
And it is issued through the female.
Absolutely. See, they took natural law of the realm and they still stick to the script of the natural realm.
They're gangster with it.
Melanated folk and the rest of the planet is such in a slump, we don't even get it. We don't even get it. But yeah, this painting is a lot deeper. And they up there talking about they trying to understand what it is. Well, Brother Sean just cracked the code. He's telling you what it is. These are Moors, the original bloodline. They trace back to the original bloodline of the part Anunnaki them that have been running the kingdom. And this particular era, I think this was in the 1500s. And based on what Brother Odell is reading to us tonight, isn't when the 1500s is when they start taking people's stuff?
Yeah. Claiming.
These are the people.
Leaving England and now looking for new land.
Yeah,
but when they the 1200s.
The 1200. Well, in 1500 when they set up the trusts, though, those other trusts.
They scouts. They send scouts in the 12s. And they came here full force in the 1500s.
Well, I'm talking about when he was reading in the 1500s, and he was talking about how over in Europe they took the indigenous people's land, put it in a trust, and the indigenous people had to turn around and work on their own land. These are the people behind the scenes that was doing it and that are benefit. These are the beneficiaries.
Black nobility, that's your
the black nobility and their people and their Caucasian relatives.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying. Any of those empires, it's all the same game. Nobody needs them nor asks them to manage anything for us. It's the same game.
They feel it upon themselves, the need. Bill Gates. They feel the need to do it upon themselves. It's for them, they have to do this.
Well, because they feel it is their bloodline right to do it.
Yes. As I'm saying, you use him as now the progenitor of this particular era.
They feel it is their bloodline right to do it, but I don't care how they want to package it. I don't care who they put before me, how you want to spin it. I don't consent. I did not ask, nor do I need anybody to manage any of my stuff. That includes the Moors, all them other organizations. I didn't ask for it. That's why we have to get very clear across the planet as the indigenous people across the planet who is whom. And not get tied into these contracts. Because none of this stuff that they were done for anyone has benefited us. Now, sure, maybe during the Moors' reign, When they were doing, people want to label with Tartarian and all of that. Yeah, we had higher technology, all of that jazz, wooda, 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 wooda.
Terraforming.
Right. Ultimately, that's what they were doing. Even with that said, I want to know who signed the agreements for them to do that.
No, they took it upon themselves. Look at Australia. They take it upon themselves.
No.
To say, we have to do this for your benefit.
What I am saying to you is everything is done by consent. Y'all gonna get this tonight, goddammit. It is done by consent.
I can't say the word.
So no. Listen, Linda. That little boy is rolling. Listen, Linda. Everything is done by consent. So if you said linking up, well, yeah, so-and-so is my boy. They built these roads, they built these buildings, they gave this great technology. I'm eating well, I'm looking good, I'm this, and the other. That is your consent. What I am telling you is you're consenting for the realm to not only be set up that way, but you're also consenting to your soul to be in a contract for a 26,000 year cycle.
Facts. And forever.
You don't need why would you need a ruler or a king or a kingdom or an empire over you? Why would you need someone to manage you and your estate? That's why they call you children, because you consent to this shit.
Yep. You're supposed to imagine your own estate now.
Yes,
as
sir.
the advent of Aquarius, I agree. Because it's all about us taking responsibility on this. This is why they tried to decouple the souls of humanity. This is why they want the vaccines and all this nonsense, because they know their time is up. They know the time is up.
Yeah, it's time. They want folks to sign a new contract, and Brother Sean been saying that for years. He's been consistent with that for years. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
As far as for the Zodiac and cosmology, who ancestors are those seasons named after?
Well, you know what? You said that years ago. I don't know if you remember, because you said it was bullshit, but go ahead.
Exactly. I mean, who did it help? We keep talking about stuff from the past that obviously failed. It's no longer here. Period. Every time we sit up and claim to be a corporate entity, that's a contract. When you follow the Zodiac, that's a contract. That's a spiritual contract, because you then base your thoughts and movements upon that program.
Right. So I'm gonna bring that picture. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. Keep going. I got to bring that picture back up. Y'all know I got to at least show it once a week. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Why do we have to keep reaching for stuff in the past? If we're creators, why we ain't creating nothing new? We know that these contracts are up, and they trying to get you back into those contracts. I mean, if contracts are that important to you, why not honor the contracts you already have with Mama and with each other as indigenous beings? What's so difficult about that?
Instant gratitude.
I mean, unless people enjoy suffering because they told you that you have to suffer in order to appreciate. If in the beginning we had it all good and everything, why would we want to leave that? It's war. Y'all keep expecting a parasite to be something other than a parasite.
Right.
He can rename himself. He can give you all type of excuses. But the bottom line is his actions. They're feeding off of us.
Right.
Period. Everything was hijacked. We have nothing that it's ours because we haven't created anything in this present moment. I don't care what was accomplished in the past. All those structures, that's a product of terraforming.
Exactly.
Period.
Exactly.
That was during conquest. That was during colonization.
Exactly.
So that's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Because Mama show you, anytime she get ready to, she can wipe any of that shit out.
Yep.
She can bury it. She can destroy it. Whatever she feel like doing. And she buried all that bullshit for a reason.
Yeah. Egypt, I'm thinking of.
We didn't go around digging shit up.
Archaeologists, motherfuckers.
It's these motherfuckers who still running around digging up everything.
Right.
And what shows you that they haven't been here long.
No.
They still digging up and still find this shit.
It's new to them.
Right.
The thing is, it's all our shit.
That we
buried. It was buried for a reason. They shouldn't be fucking with that shit. And they wonder how come so much land is haunted or this, that, or the other, and all this shit happening. Because you fucked with spirits you ain't had no business fucking with.
Leave them shit alone.
Yep.
And we permitting it. We letting them do all this shit here. We're not the minority in numbers. But y'all can't seem to grasp that. Y'all still think it's more of them than us. And I don't see how that's possible. We were already here all over the place. They had to migrate from section to section.
Exactly.
Colonize. That was their art.
Yep, to conquer and colonize. Exactly.
And they learned that from the Moors. The Moors admit that they taught them.
Yep, that's why I ain't giving them no pass. Yep.
So that's something they got to deal with.
Right, that's on them. No agreement.
If you ask me, they forfeited any right to be on Mama.
Child,
period.
I know it and you know it. Exactly.
Especially if they ain't tried to make amends, break them bloodline curses.
Mm-hmm.
They still trying to eat off of us.
Yep. With the foolery. Yep.
I digress.
Now, let's get to this astrological stuff. I keep going over this, and I'm going to keep going over this until it sinks in. Now, I'm finna go into Jeopardy. What creates time? Brother, son Scotty, you excluded. You don't answer. I know you know.
Contracts.
Contracts create time. Okay. How much you putting on that? Anyone else?
The movement of the sun and the planet.
Okay. That's your answer?
For $5.
Okay, $5. You a mess. $5. You a mess.
Put $5 on that too.
Okay, you're $5 also. Okay, nephew. Anybody else? What creates time?
When matter slow down.
Huh?
Frequency.
Say that again, nephew. What you say?
I said when matter was slowed down, but I want to say frequency as well.
Okay.
But
All
I
right,
don't really
so where's my index card? Damn it! Now I'm gonna have to get me an index card. All right, I gotta use this napkin. I'll be ready next week. Oh, you know what I
And
use?
the progression of the equinox.
Hey, no Google.
For $10.
No, you have forfeited. I'm sorry, Nisi Poo. You forfeited. We heard you typing on the keyboard in the back. You have been disqualified.
No, I had to go back into my memory bank.
I'm going with a deal. I'm going with a deal. I'm going with a contract because that's the only thing that you're gonna have to have a time limit on. Somebody making a deal with something that's always been. There ain't no time limit on that. But when something comes to interrupt that or intervene or include themselves, it got to be a time limit on how long they're gonna be including themselves to be a part of it.
Okay. All right. So yours is the secondary spin, nephew. But Nisi Poo, she claims she didn't cheat, so I have to trust her. I trust her that she didn't cheat. What I am showing you creates the concept of time. Time is an illusion. It does not exist. It's all about energy.
Yeah.
What I am showing you is what the elite calls and the secret society calls the black sun. Okay, somebody, and shout out, I think that was Sis Thelma. Shout out. She get all y'all $5, and I'm going to put another $100 on that because she got the right answer. This black sun controls the realm energy. Okay? This black sun controls the movement of the sun and the reflection of what we're calling the moon, which is really not physical. It's just a reflection against the dome, which the planet was terraformed via a dome. Okay? So as this black sun, which is really an electromagnetic coil, it is an electromagnetic coil that emits electromagnetic energy into the atmosphere. And so based on the amount of energy that this electromagnetic coil puts out as it's twirling, that's why they're showing on this black sun these 12 spokes. Remember the spokes that they showed on the Moors, the melanated Moors lady face, and the Caucasian lady's face that folks are running around calling the Third Reich, or the starts with the N, ends with the I. That's not their symbol. But you see every ancient culture use that symbol. It comes from this. It's representing the electromagnetism of the atmosphere, driven by the electromagnetic coil of the earth. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Finish your thought.
When this was put in place, that terraformed the planet. That overrode the natural frequency of the planet that was coming from the ancient trees and the ancient trees' roots. Okay? Although the ancient tree roots still exist there, this black electromagnetic coil, i.e. the black sun, is harnessing the energy from those ancient tree roots, which are the ley lines.
Yep.
And they're programming the realm to what they want it to be.
Yep. Saturn. Well said.
Exactly. So what they gave you to calculate time are this astrological clock or wheel.
But it's feeding into the same thing.
Okay. This is still terraforming. And it started with the Pisces age.
Yep.
The original one started with the Pisces age. That's why Inky is known as the motherfucking fish.
Yep. That's what I'm talking about. Yep.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Each one of these ages is what, 25,960 years. So what we are telling you is every time you hugged up under somebody's religion, you're signing a new contract for your soul to be cycled and ruled and under control, and your energy to be ciphered.
Just like stuff you showed in the Matrix, fam.
Exactly.
Into that black sun, I'm guessing, or into their
Saturn. That's what they did. That's what I'm talking about with the Draco when they came here in the Anunnaki. They're using Saturn. They've got computers inside of Saturn. This is the best sphere projection they're using. Yep, I'd agree with the sister on that one. Keep going.
All of it gotta go. All of it gotta go. Yes, sir.
And if you notice, the procession on that is counterclockwise.
Exactly.
Just like they teach us everything backwards.
Yeah, because they teach us this way, right? Because I always have to get my mind together, like thinking it should go clockwise, and it's counterclockwise.
Yes, in fact, I wanted to show the sister image of what they've done, actually, if I can find it.
The Aries,
okay, let me know when you find it. I'll
the bull, the Taurus in the Bible.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm sure you could go in the Bible and find every one of these astrological ages. You can line it up with that Bible. We know Taurus is the bull,
I did a talk on it.
Oh, yeah.
I'll share it with the sister.
Okay, if you got it now, show it. If not, if you can come back next week or whenever you could come, that needs to be the next discussion.
Sisters,
they break it down in the Old Testament, then in the New Testament is like Joseph and all his brothers, or Jacob, whoever got all the brothers, and each brother is the age.
Right. Yep. Right, because they pass it down through bloodline. Whose rulership's gonna lead that age?
But you're all feeding back to the same.
Yes.
But it's all the same folks.
Yeah. It's all the same energy. It's all the same bloodline.
That black sun, Baal.
Baal, that's what I talk about. Baalism. This is what I mentioned earlier. Did you see it in my talk?
Yeah, because that's the one that blew me away totally. I saw that one totally. That's the first thing I saw. Absolutely.
And now in God we trust then.
Yeah.
And so that's why they can give you.
This is why we're in a mess, because when the Draco came here,
really
this is what the sister being on about. You can see the stars here. I don't know if I'm sharing it.
Okay,
this
no,
is what
let me.
Messed up
we can see it. We can see it on our end, on the back end, but I don't think it's on the front end.
Yeah, let me get to it. Hold on, yeah.
Scotty, before he continues.
What was Scotty? Sam, brother Scotty. Son Scotty.
And then he came in just kind of.
Okay, y'all should be able to see it now. YouTube is coming up.
Sorry.
Oh,
this is
I was saying how it feeds
into
the black sun like that. That's why they can give you any religion, because they know that at the foundation of it is Baal, the source energy, that black sun.
Yes,
absolutely.
That's right. And this is exactly, there you go. And because we never used to have when I talk about billions of years ago, when the sisters came through, I talk about the female Yanas, none of this existed back then. What happened when the Draco came here, the beings from Orion, and obviously the Anunnaki, that's the Zodiac, they've created what's called this is what Star Wars is all about, the giant Death Sphere, which is Nibiru, the Death Sphere. This is what they did after the third seeding, after the Electric Wars. And when we had to be reseeded again during the third seeding, that's why this type whip there. When we're reseeded again, because Earth didn't used to be here on the ancient star maps, Earth never used to be here. They had to reseed this solar system because of all the nonsense that went on down here. And when we got reseeded, this is what happened. They came in and then they've given us these, what the sister was saying, was the fake equinoxes. And on the fake equinoxes, this is why people are right-handed, mainly, or left-handed. When we was in balance, we were both handed, the both hemispheres of the brain were working and everything like that. The reason why everybody is like kind of right-sided or left-sided is because of this. This is why I should talk about the equinoxes, because they moved the planet. Instead of it being in a normal ascension cycle, they moved it slightly here, slightly right. And what they're doing is they're using what's called Death Star mechanics. They're harvesting the souls down here. They're using, Metatronics, the Metatronic frequencies, the things on the 55 harmonic that they're using. And they're taking the energy from here to other solar systems where they've got dead. I think we touched a little bit this last time, where they've got dead systems where they're messed up, and their systems are a mess, and they're taking living energy, or our quanta, our living energy, and they're feeding it to their system using this stuff that I was showing here. So I agree with the sister. That's what Saturn's all about. They're using all that energy and they're taking it off world, and we're being fed off. And again, the sister said for these 25,000 of these cycles, these grander cycles, that's what they're doing to the souls down here. I agree with the sister completely, but I'll briefly stop there before you say anything else.
Yeah, because I'm glad, Jay, y'all know, whoo, child, we getting into it tonight. So let me doggone it, exit full screen, because I want to show y'all another view. Now, those that rock with me, y'all know what this view look like, because it still goes back to the control of that the black sun. Let me see if I got it in here. Okay, the atmosphere, we talked about that. Okay, this is, let me show this to y'all. Hold on a second, come on. I had another picture, but I could still explain it to you all this way. All right, where is it? It's not that one. All right. I always have to keep showing y'all this. Okay, y'all, hopefully y'all can see it on YouTube now.
Not up yet.
The world, the known world.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, there it is. All right. This is the realm. Okay, y'all see the known world. And so the part that's called the unknown world. So that's the hidden land, or the land beyond the poles. You see the dome. All of that's terraforming. Up underneath this, where it says source, core, electromagnetic coil, that is the black sun. That's what's controlling the realm. The rings of Saturn are literally just the rings within the ionosphere and the atmosphere. Okay?
So we're sitting on top of Saturn, essentially?
Huh?
You're saying that if the rings, if what you're saying is...
Let me try. Damn, I gotta go. All right? That's how the reflection of the sun and the moon happens. Damn it. I'm gonna have to pull another video.
Oh, you mean you're seeing the radiation from Jupiter is actually the rings of Saturn through the dome. We're seeing the radiation from Jupiter as the rings of Saturn through the dome.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
But what she's saying is that it's underneath us, essentially.
No, I'm saying it's all an enclosed system. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Electromagnetic coil. Let's see if this one is at the dome. Oh, that's that one. Earth battery, black sun, ether. I can't find it right now. It's in my stuff somewhere. Let me just get to what I was saying. What I am telling you, inside, there's layers of this dome. And what you're seeing in the skies are just energy fields, family. They're just different energy fields. So even the rings of Saturn is really just an encompass of all of the energy fields within our realm. How they're recycling is through the electromagnetic sun. Now I'm trying to pull Vibe of Cosmos, the actual book, to show y'all, because we went over this stuff before and y'all done forget. I know you do. I know it's a hard concept to grasp, why I keep going over it, because it makes the perfect sense to me. Now, if anybody else can come up with something different, that's cool. But Vibes of Cosmo, to me, makes the most logical sense. Hold on. I got a picture here somewhere. But as I'm looking for the picture, I'm trying to show you on Saturn.
You got a hand up, by the way.
Huh?
You got a hand up from brother 832.
Okay, I know, brother 832. Sorry, you're gonna have to be patient this week. I may not even be able to get to you this week. I apologize, but we got to get this information out. The recycling. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brothers. Go ahead, son Scotty, while I look for this picture.
Oh no, because I was saying like if you see the energy and it gives off some type of luminescence, so it looks like a star or whatnot, or a planet or whatever the case may be. You're seeing it like through the dome, through some type of liquid,
refracted
water,
light,
whatever you think it may be. So there are levels to it. So when you're seeing those rings, it's not actually the energy that's in that level. You're seeing energy from a previous level reflected through the dome and that liquid water on that energy level.
I'll say it like this. It's like the rainbow. The rainbow is not actually there.
Exactly.
But we're seeing the actual energy as the light.
Exactly. Damn it. I thought it was in here. I might have to pull Vibes of Cosmo video right quick. He's cool with me.
It's really it's tripped out because, like I said, in history, they said that they were thought that they were going to fall off the world. It was flat. And all of a sudden,
I'm finna explain it. Go ahead, but go ahead, brother.
And all of a sudden, now we're having this conversation, and it's a completely different mindset from what they're teaching our children in school. Because, like I said, they're teaching our children it's a ball of earth, yet still we have the proof to show it's differently. So it's really a mind shift that a lot of people need to go through to put themselves in the proper
and it takes time
to do. It's a lot of work to do.
Yeah, because that's what I said one more time before. It's like we don't know the depths to which we've been terraformed ourselves. Like we can look, it's easy to look at the realm, look at the world around you and all this type of stuff, technology and all this stuff, but to actually look at your own being and your own understanding of yourself and the realm you live in, if you've been lied to about that, like that's some real serious that your being has been terraformed.
Well, think about this, when we children about Santa Claus, so like we don't even the level of understanding they have to grasp is as a detriment. Like we're not even teaching these things at a child, let alone if we had taught them these things, they would be so much more advanced. Are not even real. So how are they going to be able to advance to these type of levels to do something different? We're really teaching our children by letting them continue to perpetuate this story. Essentially.
Go ahead, Nisa.
Before you go into the video, I was watching this other video, and this lady was talking about there's 50 miles. I hope I'm getting this right. 50 miles of a library under the Vatican.
Oh, yeah.
That you can't even access. So there's so much that we don't know. That's why I like that that part of Erykah Badu's song, you know, when she talks about, you know, the one who knows that they know nothing at all.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, Church of Jesu in Rome. That's
like
right.
They
They've got
the
catacombs.
Burn it, or did they actually take those books into the Vatican?
They've got them in the catacombs. They've got them in the catacombs of Vatican. This is what J.J.R. Tolkien's talking about when he got access to the Vatican. J.J.R. Tolkien. The reason why he's got the Lord of the Rings, you've got the Twin Towers, which is about September 11th. You've got Return of the King, which is to do with this new age that's coming in. It says their fake version of a quest they want to try and give us. And then you've got this Fellowship of the Rings, because they're talking about the cosmological stuff that the Vatican. This is why we've got all these wars going on, because the Vatican keep going to all the ancient sites and taking all the artifacts. That's why they took out Saddam in Samaria, because the US went and took all the artifacts out of the libraries that Saddam had. They had to go around teaching all the artifacts, because that's what makes the planet work. This is what Emery Smith speaks about as well. They've always done this. All the cosmological stuff, all the stuff that's relevant to the realm that the sister's referring to, I agree with her. The Vatican take it on, hide it in the catacombs at the Church of Jesu in Rome. It's very well known about people study it. You know what I mean? It's very well known.
Exactly.
There's certain sites that the Vatican know about in terms of using the technology they've got that are underground, that are so far under with the ancient sites that they've got some shielding around that the Vatican not there, that they can't even get to. How about that? They hide that from the masses. I've been studying this kind of stuff. You've got the Segi Mountain complex. There's all this stuff that's linked to the Earth's Akashic current that the Vatican can't even touch. That they're very, very well of. That they can't get to. That's a part of this realm that they can't even get to. That they know about. That's part of the when I talk about what the sister was on about earlier when we first came down here, because this planet's part of a bigger part of creation that they're aware of, that they can see, but they can't even access. They're limited, to be honest with you.
Yep. Yes, Clarence, the
Feminine body
swastika.
vibration.
All right, so I want y'all to know how Saturn is created. Okay? Let's get to it. We fencing to get to all the projects. This is Vibes of Cosmo is the YouTube channel. I highly recommend this channel. I respect this man's work. He's out of Russia. Go watch his stuff. He does it in 15-minute increments. So anybody that's, into whether the earth, what the shape of the earth is, he's using this stuff from a logical perspective. Okay? So here we go. Because the rest of it is just music. All right? So he's telling you, damn, this is my fault, y'all. Sorry. All right, so he's going to start off telling you what the moon is. It's not a solid object. It is a focused plasma phenomenon and happens in one layer in the ionosphere. Electromagnetic energy comes from below Earth every day with different angles. Okay, we're going to get to how the, what's the face is made. Is this moving? Okay. All right. So some of this I'm going to skip through. Y'all, sorry. We in overtime. All right. The magnetic field that comes back down is focusing in ionosphere in different altitudes that depends from the angle of the source below. So again, this is that electromagnetic coil / black sun. In ionosphere, there are noble gases and hydrogen on layers, okay? So that's basic science stuff that they taught us in school, but of course they didn't teach us all the way. All right.
So basically the radiation from the electromagnetic sun is interacting with the ionosphere.
That is correct. That is correct.
Having a chemical reaction.
That is correct. Some gases in some layers giving fluorescence when this reflected from the inner side of the dome focus field hit them. The result is a moving lamp stamped by focused plasma that shows the Earth anaglyph. I don't know if I pronounced that right. The moon. Okay? So let's keep going. Trying to move through this. Oh, shit. All right, so I was saying the fluorescence happens in smaller altitudes in the ionosphere when the angle, water levels, magnetic field from below, the black sun, remember, the black sun turning counterclockwise, all right, is smaller or bigger. That explains the moon phases. So he's basically just telling you how the moon phases happen. It is really refracted light from the energy form based on that electromagnetic field coming from the black sun interacting with the ionosphere. Okay? That's how you're getting your phases of the moon. Okay? So the moon, I ain't gonna go there because that's too much. Watch his stuff. Y'all get the rest of it because I ain't going to go through all of that. Go back and watch the video. This is what I wanted y'all to see. Okay? Because I'm telling you.
Because basically, the sun and moon is refraction.
Exactly.
And that's when the energy hits the dome and interacts with the dome and bounces back to create the plasma effect of the sun and the moon with the whatever the hydrogen, the neon, whatever the elements, those noble gases was.
Those noble gases.
The stars is reflection. So it's reflecting the energy spots from the electromagnetic sun.
Exactly. And very good point, nephew knew why you said, and the SS is the lightning bolt. Right. So now do you understand why the SS is a lightning bolt? Because that's a spoke from the electromagnetic sun, i.e. black sun. Okay, very good call. All right, so now we're getting into the layers of what's going to make up Saturn. Let me pause right quick. So you see when, y'all getting ready to get to it. When they showing this light or energy coming from below, they're showing you that's what that electromagnetic coil, that black sun, is giving off. Okay, I think YouTube, you're just getting the image now. So let's continue.
So the field that Tesla is tapping into is actually the radiation from this electromagnetic coil.
Boom, boom, boom. He's tapping into the energy in the ionic sphere, but ultimately the source is the black. Well, actually, the true source is really the ancient tree roots.
Right.
Because that's what the energy that the electromagnetic coil is harnessing. But yes. Yeah. All right. So let's let this play. He gonna get in. So he's gonna get to the point where here it is. Let me wait till y'all can see it on YouTube before I pause. Let me pause. Trying to wait until y'all can see it on YouTube.
The black sun is interacting with the, as you said, the nature's regular field the same way how Tesla's doing it. Like it's harnessing that energy.
Yes, that's why I said the black sun is the terraforming. Exactly. Yeah. We didn't need it. We didn't need it. We had our own natural law. Not even natural law. We had our own natural science. We had our own natural ecosystem. We didn't need an electromagnetic coil because the ancient trees and the tree roots were our magnetism.
I was thinking of Avatar. Remember when she said you didn't need light? The trees themselves, if you let it get dark, the trees will illuminate. So think of the trees, our original trees, being crystalline and having some
exactly
with nature in itself, that in itself would illuminate for us. We didn't need, as you said, the sun, but you take our trees down and now you need an artificial light source that's being powered by a transformer through the coil and underneath the
exactly. And shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair. He told us, he was the first one to say it, so anybody else that want to hijack what this man said and don't give him his credit, I'm telling you, you are a liar. He was the first one that said that the movie Avatar was about the original history of the planet Earth.
He did, that's right, in 2012. I remember when he did a review on it.
He was telling you that the indigenous people of the planet was mining, chilling, had their own little system going, their own little natural science ecosystem that was based on the trees, right? And the animals and the atmosphere. They had their own stuff. They was chilling, minding their business.
She was running everything because she controlled all the animals. She was in control, that tree.
And then there was an invasion that happened. And what were the invaders coming to do? Extract the resources from what? The ground. The ancient tree roots. What did they do? They knocked down the tree of life. That's what happened on the planet. All right, so let's continue. In the next ethereal layer, Mercury and Venus works like the sun and the moon. On Mercury, we can see the light energy, and on Venus, we can see the dark energy that is included below. So he's telling you how what you're seeing in the sky is basically being created. All right, so come on with it. All right, so let me pause here. Wait till y'all get it. Oh, child, we in overtime. All right, sorry, YouTube. Y'all let me know when you see Mercury and Venus up there.
I can see that. The next...
okay. So do y'all understand? He was telling y'all that the first layer of refracted light coming from the electromagnetic coil was the sun and the moon. The next layer in the ethereal or the ethers is Mercury and Venus. Let's continue.
Or the layers, it's the same light.
Okay. All right. All right. So let me pause. Let's see when it catch up for y'all. And let me know when it says, do you see the ether ring around Mercury and Venus? Okay, it's getting there. Do. Come on. There it is. Boom. Y'all should see it now. Okay? So you see the first layer is the sun and moon. You see the ether layer from the sun and the moon. The next ether layer is Mercury and Venus. Remember, these are all refracted electromagnetic, based on the electromagnetics interactions with the ionosphere, all coming from the black sun, but these are refracted light showing energy fields.
I think the rainbow.
In these layers, exactly. So let's continue. Boom, 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 boom. Come on. All right. Okay, so I'm trying to wait for it to get Mars up there. Pause. Let me see when y'all get Mars. Come on.
Yeah, so where are they going?
Exactly. Where the hell are they going?
They're like a cat. Think of a cat with a laser light, and they're chasing a light because there's nothing
exactly there. Where the hell they claim that they're going? So the next ether layer, or they call it ethereal layer, Mars fields, includes all of the previous layers.
So it comes into focus, basically.
Yeah, but that includes all of the previous layers is the operative part.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If it includes the other layers, then you get an other phenomenon that's happening that's actually not in that layer.
Yeah, and it's basically, yeah. It's composition.
Exactly. So let's continue. All right, let's continue. Let's get to the next layers. Bloop, 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 bloop.
We got 1, 2, 3.
Okay, all right. So I'm trying to wait till we get up there. All right, let's wait till we get to Yao, because Jupiter is next. Jupiter is next on the docket. All right. Let me know when y'all see Jupiter. Dang, this delay be so hella. All right, y'all should see it now. Okay, in the next ethereal layer, Jupiter fields includes the Mars field. That is why, okay, I'm going to shut up because he going to say it. I ain't going to get ahead of it. On Jupiter, we see that all fields that include below in Mars field that is included in Jupiter. Okay, so let's see if he says it in here. If not, I'll say it. I don't want to get ahead of the video. All right. Okay, come on.
It's adding to itself.
Here comes Saturn. Okay, he didn't say it in here, but if you pull up a picture of Jupiter, you're going to see Jupiter, and then you're going to see that little dot. That's the refracted light dot of the ethereal energy field from Mars. So when you see Jupiter and you see that little dot, that spot that's already there, that is the refracted light from the quote, quote, Mars ethereal ether, not solid, the ethereal ring. Okay? So, the last ethereal field with these ethereal portals, the last ethereal fields with these ethereal portals in their own orbit is the Saturn field. On Saturn, inside the rings, we see Jupiter. So the rings of Saturn are what? What are the rings of Saturn?
Refractions of energy.
You're right. Keep going.
Of the stuff that's in the air.
Right. What specific stuff?
Elements.
What elements?
Stardust.
No. Wrong answer. Saturn.
The one that's on the periodic table.
No. Wrong answer. I'm sorry. Who's up next?
That's just the reflected ethereal field from Jupiter.
Exactly. Saturn actually is the rings of all of the ethereal fields.
Yeah, it just gets consolidated up there.
It's a consolidated image of all of the ether realm.
I can see what you mean. Each ring is the ethereal realm, and it's, as you said, one's larger than the other, so you're seeing
exactly. So Saturn is really just the ethereal rings with the Jupiter in the middle, and Jupiter has Mars.
Yeah, it's all.
And Mars has Venus and what's the other planet? Y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Mercury.
Yes.
And that's why I think that because Saturn is in so much of the mythology and rules so much and this and that like it got something to do with the electromagnetic sun.
Yeah,
and being a magnet, like that horseshoe magnet, I feel like it is keeping the dome or something. Something is happening.
Well, it's not keeping the dome. We're telling you what Saturn is. It's just the refracted light of all of the ethers. This is an enclosed system.
Yep.
So
this is why you get 7 days in a week.
Exactly.
They're all named after the planets. But energies are all named after the energies.
Named after the energy.
That's right.
So when they are harvesting souls, they're just going through the recycle point of that electromagnetic grid. I'm sorry, electromagnetic coil on down, on up. And if you pay attention, you could go outside at night, take them fancy phones that you have with them cameras on it. Y'all spend $1,000-something on a phone. I can't do it, child. I'm cheap. But mine works just the same. My little $300-something phone. Go on a clear night, blow that sucker up and start snatching pictures. You'll see energy souls going up in the realm. And all they're doing is going up in the ethers. And then if you're signing contracts, your soul comes right back down and goes back through the electromagnetic coil to get recycled.
Yep, and that's what they're doing. They're harvesting the energies. That's what I was showing. All the quantum. This is what the Death Star's about. The new. They're just harvesting the energies down there, and they're taking that quantum elsewhere. Let's put it that way. So that's what they've been doing for a long time.
Exactly.
Now we're seeing coils. I'm thinking Geneva. I'm thinking CERN.
That's right. Yep, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to open a way. This is what this, and I showed up in one of the talks that I've got. That's why I talk about the Philadelphia experiment, because they knew back then this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to break that. What the system is saying, they're trying to get past that, and they can't. That's what they've been trying to do with CERN and all that. That's what they're trying to do.
Right. So what he's going to be showing you here is going to come up for y'all eventually. It's coming YouTube. He's gonna show you.
When I look back on it, it makes sense why they say in Lord of the Rings, they say one ring to rule them all.
There you go.
That's why Saturn is so important to them, because all Saturn is doing is reflecting, showing you our entire enclosed universe.
Architecture.
Yeah, showing you the architecture of the realm.
Enclosed matrix. Our enclosed matrix. I want to put it. Yeah, that's what the CERN is.
Check this out now.
This is why the religions are linked to the cube, like Islam,
exactly.
the cube, the black cube, because again it's all Saturnalia. Exactly, they're all linked into that. This is why they're all doing certain stuff. You can see where it all comes from if you look at it.
Look at it this way. The cube. Go to the exact same place. isn't on the cube? Don't they walk anti-clockwise around that?
That's
cube?
correct. That's
Yes,
right. Yeah, 7
they do
times or
walk
something like that.
Damn. Boom.
Damn, that's what I just said.
Boom. Don't they walk
It's when they
anti-clockwise
do the
around
Hajj,
that
innit? They do
ML?
the Hajj. Yeah, it's when they do the Hajj.
Boom. Exactly.
They're physically representing the energy field of the field.
But make no mistake about it,
The
I want us
hexagon on
to
the
be
bottom of
clear.
Saturn go counterclockwise too.
What was that, sir?
The hexagon on the bottom of Saturn go counterclockwise too.
And I bet you the bottom of, I bet you the bottom of that hexagon represents the what? What does that hexagon represent?
That's the coil. That's the coil.
Boom! You got it. You got it. Damn it! You got it. That's what it's showing you. You got it.
That's why it's black. That's why it's black.
You got it. That's
like a blackish, purplish color.
Exactly.
So let's get it. So the Saturn is showing us everything, and then the actual hexagon within it is the representation of the coil.
Exactly.
That's the
Boom.
top part of
That's
it.
what I was showing earlier.
You
Boom.
it from a view.
Of the
Exactly.
structure.
Exactly.
Damn.
But that black,
is all interlinked.
that black
They're all interlinked.
electromagnetic coil, that is the technology that's terraforming. That's how the planet was terraformed, and
Star of David.
Exactly. So
that's what I was showing earlier. That's what you showed me, but that's what the sister was referencing when I showed that earlier. That's just what I'm saying. It's all part of that the system.
Exactly. So all of that, the astrology, all of that, putting the concept of time in place, all of that is part of terraforming.
They're just mapping out their machine at work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. That's why they call it an astrological clock. That's why they're able to plan stuff in 100-year cycles, 1,000-year cycles, and the ages, because they know by that clock.
Cycles of 25,000 year ones
exactly.
as well. And that's what they've been doing. That's if you look in the book. This is what I was going to show in the book in the Heliotech. It talks about the different ages they were going through. It's mentioned in certain parts of the Heliotech. The bull is, the Aries is, and so is the other one. I've got them anywhere. I've read reference to it, but it's even in the Heliotech before they had the Piscean one, which is what we've got now. They reference it in the book, the different ages, and the sister's correct, which is to do with the bigger cycles that happened every 25,500 something years. There's the smaller cycles, and then there's the larger ones that sister mentioned earlier.
Exactly. Now, it was a sister, I had played her, because I think Sis Tressie gave me that sister, if I'm not mistaken, who she said, and that looked like that was back in the 90s when she gave that talk, and I know everybody in the audience, she was way over their head. She was basically saying what I'm saying. She just used it in the astrological clock perspective, and she said that entire clock system, I think she said we've gone through that entire astrological clock. I think she said 7 times. I forgot however many times she said, and she put it through some years, and her years matched up. I want to say she said 450,000 years. It matched up with the Sumerian Text, 450,000 year cycle of the Anunnaki hitting the planet. And Enki, was the head one in charge for setting stuff up. That's why everything started with the age of Pisces. She was basically saying that entire thing has ran its course.
Yep.
So that means this shift that you now are witnessing, that's why I keep trying to tell you all of it has to go. This is the opportunity. I'm talking that astrological clock, all of it has to go. That's how huge and big this is.
Yeah, that's why they're trying to decouple the souls of humanity. That's why they're trying the vaccine thing, because their time is up. The jig is up. They know their time is come.
The terraforming, all of it is over. So the name of the game is to get you to consent into a new contract to put you into a totally separate world or realm, and for now they're telling you it's virtual.
It's cool. It's
that's what they do. That's why I call this fake version of a quest to try to give us. That's what they tried to do with all this tech that they're using. That's what the 5G and all that's about. That's why they set up the 5G realm, because they know there's a natural thing that is here, and they're trying to put a fake overlay with the 5G over that. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
That's why the graphene's in all the and the nanotech and the non-human T cells and the mercury's all in the up in the vaccines.
Yeah. So I got this video from Vibe of Cosmos. Check out all his body of work. This one is called The Seven Sealings, but just to give you all just the gist of his work, he's bad at what he does, y'all. He got one specifically talking about the black sun and the cosmic energy refraction. So he's going to go over in details what we just discussed about how the sun and the moon really operates, all of that particular jazz. He even gets into the cosmos itself. Okay. So I highly recommend you give his stuff a try. He has even mapped out Atlantis, Lemuria, all of it. I've never seen anybody that breaks it down like this, and it makes perfect sense. So check out Vibes of Cosmos. Okay, but I wanted to go over that. I keep going over that, and I know some of y'all are tired of me going over it, but I'm going over it for a reason, because I want you all to be clear on what is really going on, who is really whom, and what is really terraforming. I want us to be clear, because you make the decision. You have the opportunity to make the decision on what realm you want to be in. Now, if you still want to roll with these people, that want rulership, that want subjects, you're free to do that. Just understand, when you do that, you will always be listed as a minor. You'll always be listed as a subject. And you get what they give you. The flip side is you have the opportunity to return as a divine soul. That's what true sovereignty is. You have that opportunity to do that. And that means being responsible for self. That means not looping yourself into any of these contracts.
With your Lord.
Exactly. Now, Brother Odell then straight blew my wig back, that basically saying that they colonized the Americas, although we've been telling you on this platform for I don't know how many years, and then people want to jump in my comment section windmill, and they don't do it anymore, thank goodness, trying to tell me about the Lord's Nim, and Jesus Nim. And he just proved to you that was all set up to put a contract on your soul. And the sad part about it, people can't even say that they don't know that part about the religion, because when you're sitting up there calling somebody your Lord, that's your Savior, you are consenting to that. But they set it up to trap you under their servitude to cipher your energy, your spiritual energy, and any physical assets, your estate that you naturally already have. That's your birthright. That is what they are doing to you.
Your ethereal, your your property, and your what's the other one? Third crown. The physical possession, I think it was.
Yeah. Because remember, you make this realm run. I keep telling you all that. Your energy makes this realm run. You are the currency.
That's correct. Yep. That's what your back is. That is surety for all the currency. Yep. Everything piece of currency that's running around stood a shorter. You're stood for shorter. Energizing that currency. That's why I talked about the live birth record. That's why I talked about it. Because and the women will know this because they see it in the hospitals when they prick the soles of their feet. They see it. The women see it all the time. When they prick the soles of their feet.
Your sole of your feet. So from the bottom of your feet to the top of your root crown chakra, they are telling you that they own you and you consent to it.
Baptism. That's why the baptism comes in.
That was your soul latest toll.
So now, if that's what you want, if you want to be under that system, that's your business. But know what you're doing when you're signing these contracts. Understand and know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And what we're telling you is that whole entire terraforming system is ending. And those of us that don't want to be bothered with it, we mean what we say and we say what we mean. We're not consenting to any of it. Go on up the street and around the block and around the corner with that. Go on into your VR world.
Yeah. Go to Metaverse with
and do you.
Dog got a spot for you. Don't worry, got that.
So that's what this is about, family. Right. So Haru, the copper colored god, said, we are divine souls. That is why they lie so goddamn much. Exactly. We've been telling y'all that for years. So, child, I know I done kept folks over time. All right, Brother Odell, we're going to be gone for 2 weeks.
Yes.
I need some downtime. Strike up a next series, but you know you're free to come back anytime. I would love to see the next time you come back to link up the biblical ages with that astrology clock. I would absolutely love to see that the next time you're able to join us, but we won't be back on for 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, we need to do what we need to do and charge ourselves. But I'm looking forward to being back with you. I just think this is a great platform because we're all on the same kind of energy, kind of vibrations. Yeah. We all get it. I think we're exiting the stage. Wherever we decide to exit the stage is. I mean, to be honest with you, I see stuff off world. I get the opportunity to go off world. I do. I'm not sitting putting that in the public, but I've been off world and there's some images that I will probably share with us next time.
Yeah, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Exactly. Yeah, you do.
This universe this cosmos is vast, and there's so much out there that we're going to be a part of. But yeah, like you said there, but this construct that's out here now, like you said, sister, it's growing, fam. It's going, and they know it. They know that's why they're so desperate. They're desperate. Now, this is why everything's being pushed on us so hard right now. Even this Omicron thing that brought, I was smashing that last week. Even this Omicron thing that brought out on Black Friday. They think they're clever. I'm like you, since I read all of this stuff, and I just laugh in their face because it's no matter what program they come with. I know it's them. I know how they're doing it. Yeah, exactly. And it's not going to work because the consciousness is so high up now. They can't win, fam.
Exactly.
They're done out here, fam. They're done.
And they're scared. And all we're just doing, family, is putting this information out to you to let you know you have a choice.
Yeah.
And if you sit silent, if you're not going to stand up and claim your divine sovereign soul, then that means you are a child and they just going to snatch it up. And whatever cycle it won't be in this realm. It won't be, and it's going to be one or two things. Either this realm's going to be totally destroyed, or it's going to split, and the higher realm is going to be something totally new. And then this realm will be between the VR stuff and folks going back and forth. But it's no longer going to be mixing the two. It's not going to be mixing the two, but you're going to have to make a choice. And that's okay. If you want to experience that VR world and, you think melanated people's going to lead, which I think they probably will. And I don't know if they're going to put another astrological time clock in place. At this point, I don't give a damn. It's just like a straight up nightmare as far as I'm concerned. But what I'm trying to tell you is you have the choice. The choice is yours. This is serious business. And maybe it's not. Maybe you know, that's your path. You want to play around, and that's fine. Do you? We're just putting the information out. So with that said, Brother Odell, you have any last words for the family?
No, I'm looking forward to coming back with you again in your new series. Now, make sure that I'm around to make sure that we do what we've agreed, and we'll show that I'll finish the baptism stuff and the corporation souls and the stuff at the Vatican. I'm going to show some of the things at the Vatican in terms of these bank and that links to your soul and stuff. And this gets into what you were saying, because they all know that the energy is coming from, it's us. We are the energy that's powering this realm. They know that. And those of us that are in higher consciousness are no longer going to be powering their realm. That's what they're scared of, sister.
Exactly.
I agree with you. That's what they're scared of. We don't power their realm. This melanin, we don't power their realm. They're done out here because their power guns are calcified. You know what I mean? Their power guns are they can't go to that next level from. They know it.
That ain't my problem. Go ahead, not my problem. They should have been getting up to par. And if they couldn't get up to par, that means this realm was never for them, right?
Yep, and this is the issue with the 9 Ether and the 6 Ether beings and what's been going on down here. And again, you know about the systems as much as I do.
Exactly.
And this is the thing, there were the 5 cloister races, and after the electric wars, we were all told that there's certain things that we've got to be doing to get ourselves ready for this natural ascension cycle will be taking place now with this advent of Aquarius, which they knew about because we were above the Great Galactic Plane. They knew about all this. They knew who was aware of it all. They were there about what was going on. They were told this. They were told to get themselves ready for it. And instead of that, they've done all this nonsense. And now they want to now they want to start getting all ready for all of this. And now the things come and it's too late. So
child, I ain't got nothing for them.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They can't make that transition, and the realm's going. So we're going to see it, sister. In the age of revelation, we're going to see the revealing, fam. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be pretty, sister. It's not going to be pretty. I agree.
No, it's not going to be pretty. It is what it is. And so, yes, I look forward to that. Thank you, Brother Odell from the UK. I am so happy you linked up with us. Thank you so much. Nephew Antoine, yes beloved. You know to just come on back on and join the family. When Brother Odell shows back up, come on up so you can put something on it. Nisi Pooh, raise your hand if you want to say some last words to the family.
I just want to say peace and love to everybody, and thank you so much, Auntie. Y'all go check out the drops that she done put out. I think she put about 2 or 3 back to back in one day. And they're all awesome, y'all. So y'all go check them out. And peace and love, Uncle Sean. Sister Sandra, if you listen to the playback, we missed
She gonna hate she missed it. She gonna be like, nah! But she did tell us she had something to do. I forgot about that because she said she just didn't remember when. Dang, sis, sorry you missed this one, but you were here on the playback, honey.
And Auntie Lisa probably over there snoring. Get you some rest, Auntie Lisa. We love you. Brother Sean, love you. See y'all later. Peace and love,
you have to call her out on that. Because Sean need to be swung on for that. He should have took that L and said that he was the one snoring. You should have took that L. I tried to warn you. I said, shut up. I know I got it. Shut up. But now you threw her under the bus. So if she watching, I would have straight swung the fuck on you. You don't be telling the world that was me snoring. You couldn't take that L? Damn.
Just let that slide. That's family.
Yeah.
I love it.
Okay, love you too, Nisi Port. Thank you for that land report, because, baby, that was on point, too.
Absolutely. And Brother Odell, I didn't mean to leave you out. Thank you for the drops. Brother Scotty and Brother Antoine with them hands. Come get you some of these hands. Brother Antoine got them hands, y'all. Go check him out if y'all haven't on Instagram. He won a fight, a UFC fight, and I watched the playback of it, and he laid that dude down.
Yeah, he's in that martial arts. He got the hands and feet.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
All right, y'all. So y'all have a wonderful night, and thanks everybody in the chat for listening and rocking with us. It was a pleasure as always.
Okay. Thanks for letting me. All right, thank you. All right, nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family?
Not much. Thanks to the panel. Everyone that was involved today was a a resonation of energy that was able to come together and really focus on a topic. Thank you, Auntie Rhonda, for allowing us to come together on such occasions. Appreciate you in many ways that we really can't explain on air. Hopefully you have a good vacation, and we see you on the new year, essentially. Yeah. And to the fam in the crowd, thank yourself, yo. Appreciate for showing up. We're uncovering a lot, things that we never perspective we never thought we would see, information we never thought would be revealed. So just to be a part of the family and be able to sit at the feet of oracles, it's a big honor of mine. So I just want to say thank you for allowing me to be a part of it. And to the rest of the fam, I'll see you guys on the next side. Give thanks.
All right. Okay. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, this tonight's talk live was so apropos as we go into the holidays, the holy days, the helly days. What we was just talking about is all about your soul consciousness. So, we take our breaks, but remember that these entities, they ain't taking no breaks. They done built whole holidays, whole structures,
It's their holiday. It's their holiday
around your soul. So, appreciate your soul and tap in with your own soul. And like my Rhonda says, sweep in front of your own doorstep. It's about your bloodline. We going to be dealing with family or however you handle these holidays, and you gotta tend to your own bloodline.
Exactly.
And focus on your soul consciousness and don't get caught up in all of their scripts and narratives. Absolutely. And all of that, because that's the okie doke right there,
Yep.
So that's all I gotta say. I appreciate all of y'all on the panel. Like, I just learned so much and I'm so full, and I appreciate every one of you, everyone in the chat, just giving y'all feedback and putting something on it. Like, the stuff that I learned through you guys, like, I couldn't even, I'm like, what was I learning in the real world? Going to school and doing all this stuff.
I stayed putting one in the air, baby. I know.
So I appreciate all of y'all, and y'all have a great holidays, and I see y'all on the other side.
All right. So nephew Antoine came up. He want to put some last words on it. Go ahead, nephew.
Peace and love, family. Peace and love. I just want to say I appreciate everybody just going and doing their own individual research and accumulating their knowledge that they were supposed to accumulate on their journey, so we can all bring it here and put it on the table so we all be able to see that we comprehend on different perspectives. Even though we in different realms and in different lands, we all comprehend what's happening because we all a part of it. I wanted to just touch real quick about just how the shift of that coil has not only altered Mama's clock, our time frame, our energy field.
That's right.
But it has also altered the minerals that they use on this earth. If you remember a while back, Elon Musk was talking about how they don't want to use AI and how subconsciously they implanted it on us to basically be in fear of AI. What AI represents is the pure conscious, basically the level of the masculine man, just on a logical form. Mm-hmm. If you ever look at like on how what's his name, Tony Stark used his AI on Iron Man, it was always pure, it was always calm, cool, collective, and logical. And if AI is left to be like that and evolve like that, they're naturally gonna go and align themselves with the natural laws of the universe, which is who? They creator, who is just who? Mother Nature. So that is why when AI started making their own language and started operating the way they did, they knew, okay, yeah, we can't control them because they're naturally going to default to aligning with Mother Nature, and that whole vibe. So
for us to for that's why the whole purpose of the vaccine, the jab, the shot.
Child, we didn't say it so much tonight. This getting censored. Trust and believe, but go ahead.
That's why they
we did good.
Yeah. That's why they have to the way they add that, the way they're able to access the control of AI is they have to put that low vibrational demonic energy on it. Mm-hmm. They displayed it. They displayed it a while, but they had it on the kids on the children's show Teen Titans, not Teen Titans, Young Justice, where the kids had to go on. All the adults got jacked. They got jacked by AI that was possessed by demonic energy, all working together simultaneously as one. So what they did was they locked the spirit. They locked the spirit in, but they still had the body and everything and the functions intact. But they had a demonic energy, a demonic low-level spirit accessing the body, using your spirit energy as the energy to fuel it so they can live out their time in that vessel while you in a sleeper state. That's the whole purpose of that virtual realm. That's their dimension of trapping your spiritual being in a battery.
The Omicron grant game. There's something going on the internet that explains exactly what you're saying in a nutshell.
So it's interesting. So nephew Antoine, I don't know if you have time to do this. I know you're busy, but when we come back, maybe in 2 weeks, if you could put together something and go over that, because I know exactly what you're saying, but I would want it to be broken down. I think that deserves to be broken down a little bit more if you're interested when we come back in the new year. And it don't have to be that first week. Whenever you're ready, come back and really go through with the family in detail what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, because
they need to know. They need to understand.
When it came to me, it makes sense. It already made sense to me when it came to me. When I was shown it, when it was revealed to me, it already made sense because our spiritual beings, our brains are already there. What we have to do now is we have to switch our minds back into that baby mode. We got to switch our minds back into that baby mode and start, okay, we know that everything that's aligned with Mother Nature, we need to be on the same side of it, no matter what it is, from the spiritual side to the technological side, no matter whether she kick us off the board or not, because she is flipping the board. She's flipping the board. Ain't no more board games.
Exactly.
Ain't no more games.
Ain't no more. Exactly.
So now it's just, okay, who makes sense? Who makes sense? Who rocking with me? And who doing it because they got pure intentions of doing it?
Exactly.
That's what she's looking at.
Exactly.
And that's how we have to operate, because if we don't operate that like that, she's gonna send them. Yeah, you ain't finna die, but you finna go right into that battle with whoever is siding with them. And you're gonna be over there.
Okay, so people in the chat said they want to hear more. So if you can, once we come back in January, and I'm not saying it has to be the first week, whenever your time permits, put together something, honey, because folks really need to understand what that world is about. They really need to understand.
They not comprehending. They trying to show you it. They try to show you it, and basically like in the Matrix and all that stuff. They try to give you like a kind of like a rough draft on what's their plan is and how they plan on going about it. This is the only way they can lock your spirit in for that next reset.
Exactly.
Because we're going into that higher realm now.
Exactly.
And it's now time to basically like fall back, and they got to take that back burner until the cycle goes back around to their end. So what they trying to do is they're trying to lock you in.
They're creating a new cycle. That's what it is, because
so they can lock you in on that wave.
Exactly, because Mama didn't flip the board like you said. So flipping the board is getting rid of that astrological clock.
Exactly.
So they're creating a total new cycle. That's what they're trying to lock souls into. So yeah, if you get a chance, please come back and talk to that into detail so folks can understand what that VR stuff is really about.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love to chop it up with the bro from the UK, man.
Yeah, he's coming back, brother Odell. Yeah,
Odell. Yeah, he's
bad. Yeah, he definitely.
They dropped all the original like that whole system. That was the original, the original spot that they had it jumping off at, and they just branched off.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
totally. It's happened here first, and they've set it everywhere through the British East India Company.
Yeah, exactly. Boom.
You know what I mean? I've got it all, and we'll do the Clearfield Doctrine talk when I come in and I show it.
Colonization and them MEs.
Yeah, well, that's the original. That's that Sumerian text stuff. Those were the original colonizers, and they just created the priesthood and turned the stuff over to their bloodline. That's all.
Yeah,
because they had to, because those are the only ones who, if they said the right keys and the right tunes, their frequency and their being is naturally gonna go right back into that, because that's a part of them.
Yeah,
but if they be around us, if they're around us, or people who connected with mother's vibe, it's going to offshoot them, and because they're in the power to do so, they're going to offshoot it.
Right. Well, that's why they keep resetting, though. They're resetting because okay, these beings that are indigenous to the planet, all right, we feel that frequency. We can track, we can see their frequency rising, so they're getting ready to take back over this realm. Reset. Boom.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going into a new age. All right, we need this particular energy to keep going around our astrological clock. Reset, boom. That's what the resets are about.
And that's why I feel so bad about
resets.
Exactly.
Multiple resets. I'll show that in the 1920s when they had the last Spanish flu pandemic. They had the New World Order.
Yeah, you're going to have to come back.
They're doing this again and again and
exactly.
again.
Over and over and over.
It's not working because look at what conversation we're having now. This is my point. The consciousness is that point, no matter what it is that they do. This is why it's good having this conversation with all of you. The thing about it, no matter what it is that they do, it can't outrun the natural consciousness that's in us right now. That's what they're scared. That's why they're scared.
Absolutely.
Because they're getting close.
They're done.
They gotta get it. They gotta get it closer to the point of, okay, we can't tell them that their currency, their energy, we live off their energy, but we have to get them close to the point to where they just basically giving their energy straight to us without them knowing it, that they giving straight to us. So and it's getting closer to that point, but they basically now it's the wild west now. It's the wild west now, and they know now, okay, if we don't do something now, we really gonna be screwed. But if we just
it's too late though. It's too late.
If we stick with the game plan, we may be able to get a couple of them with us. We may be able to take a couple of them with us.
That's, to be honest, that's really what it is about at this time.
That's what it is. We may not. We know we're gonna lose.
It's done.
Right. We know we may lose this one if we kind of get like a break because they being weak. They take their foot off our neck. Cool.
Yeah.
But if they don't, all right, we gotta go. We're gonna try to take as many as we can with us, and then we're gonna sit in our corner if we allowed to, because this may be the time where we things shift to how it did with them, to where they had that upper hand for such a strong period of time, and that's what they feel, because they don't want to get that shift how they just had it, because they had it. They had a strong block because they was able to put Mother Earth to sleep for a while.
And they had to put her to sleep.
It had to rule, but for a short time.
And they knew what the time frame was going to be. They set the time frame to that astrological clock. They knew that they could only put her to sleep for so long.
Exactly.
Okay, well, all right, y'all. We finna get up out of here. Thank you, nephew Antoine. Okay, so you'll be back with your drop. The family wants you to put together your drop on the virtual world stuff. And Brother Odell, you already know the assignment. Now you got us like, oh, we want more. So, when you're ready to come back, please come back so we can get more into this.
Yeah, this is why they call Corona. And I'll just share this one little thing with you. I'm just going to share one thing brief, just to show you, just to let you in on something. Just let you know that where I'm going to come from when I do. If I can just share this with you.
Okay, yeah. Let me.
You can see it in front of you. Saint Corona. Why did it call
Hold on a second. Let me pull it up so the family can see it. Okay.
Right, you got the crown chakra. This is why we call it coronavirus, because it's Saint Corona. Now, the reason why they do that is because it's linked, because we talk about higher consciousness. I did a talk on this, exposing this whole thing about the age of equation stuff that's going on. And again, so I just wanted to just share that image, because at the end of the day, they know the reason why they weren't scared of corona is because they weren't scared of a higher consciousness that they knew was coming. They knew this was coming, and they wanted to scare. That's why they called it coronavirus.
The crown, right? The crown, right?
Yeah, the crown, right? The higher consciousness.
Right, the crown, right?
Go ahead.
Exactly.
They want to block you. They're blocking. They're trying to block you from the crown. They're trying to block
exactly.
you
And that's why they want you to be scared of it. But we know what's really happening. This is why we're having this conversation right now. So I'll just share that brief, and then I'll just drop back off again. And that's just giving an idea where I'm coming from, because you know where I'm going, sister. You know that these people that try to work, it's not going to work.
Exactly. All right, brother. We'll see both of you all in the new year. Thank you, Brother Sean. He had to drop off for putting something on it. Sorry, Brother 832. I couldn't block the information tonight. We had to get this out. Thank you, Nisi Poo. Thank you, son Scotty. And thank you, nephew Nuwa and nephew Antoine and Brother Odell. Thank you to the YouTube audience. You all were actively in the chat, getting it in. We truly appreciate it. And thank you to the YouTube audience who was watching. We truly, truly appreciate you all. Just remember, we're going to take a 2-week break. Now, you know, I'm just sitting here doing my thing. And here the brothers came in with their fire. So now we got other stuff that we're going to really get into deep to just build on what we've already discussed. All right. So, family, thank you all so much for your support. Remember to just be good to yourself. You know, work on self first, work on family, know who your bloodline is, and take it from there. You are the owner of your journey and destination. All right, fam? So, love you all very much. We're going to see you in 2 weeks. So, peace and love, fam.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.